There we go. Okay. Oh, I forgot to edit the stream info. That's fine. I will fix that later. Uh, all right, here we go. Hi everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday stream. I am coming to you from a slightly different camera angle. If you didn't see on the Discord or anything, I had my extra monitor crap out, and so I had to make it work, and I had an extra TV because we got one for free over Christmas. So I'm using that currently. So you're super way up there. Um, if it's a terrible angle, I will let me know if you don't like it. I don't know, and I will try to figure it out. It was great before because I could have this screen, over here, and I could like watch, both my screen and then look like I'm looking at the web camera and back and forth. But it's harder when I have to turn all the way over there to check the stream and make sure everything's okay. So I beg your pardon that I'll have a little bit less eye contact, if you will. But we'll get better as we go. But this was a quick solution. That I mean, you guys are huge, so I can definitely read chat without a problem. so, so yeah. Husband is here. Wait, I have a thing. Husband. There you go. There you go. I have never been called huge. Ooh. Oh man, the jokes, babe. You're making it too easy. I'm not gonna. I could, but I'm not. Mm. Okay. I think I have everything set up. Um, yeah, I have my Twitch stuff in. Invite the energy. Uh, the music. Oh, okay. All right, hang on one second. Here, actually, let me do it this way. Okay. There, I'll do it that way. It's better to do it in the actual OBS, that way it stays the same for me, but should sound different for you, I believe. Hopefully, that's the case. If it's too loud now, let me know. Yeah, sorry for missing last stream. I was not feeling very good, but I feel fine now. Luckily, Jesus. Me and Stefan were working on some stuff in between. I'm getting the last of my little character intro scenes written up today. I've got one more left that I will work on either later today or maybe tomorrow at some point. I don't know. We have made some slight changes or updates, I should say. Hi Arcane, welcome in. Good to see you. Again, I'm sorry that I'm having to look over here for everything, because how long will I be streaming today? I don't know, probably at least 4 hours, if not longer. Yeah, probably longer. I don't know. As long as my voice holds out, I'll say that. I might have to, like, take a tea break at some point, to make myself some tea, make sure my throat can, can keep up, that kind of thing. I gotta get more tea. The flavors I have are not great. I mean, I like the chamomile one, but I need something with caffeine to keep me present. I have plenty of coffee though, so I guess that won't be too much of a problem today. But yeah, you can steal some back from work. New room! Yes! Hi tape player, welcome in. I did some rearranging. You guys are way up there because my second monitor is now a TV. My other monitor died. It got like not necessarily hit by lightning, but the power went out and it went really wonky. So had to switch that out. Had a TV stand like, just sitting around that we weren't using because we got a new one. So TV monitor. So you guys are huge for me on this side. So I'm sorry if I'm like looking across because I literally have to look across to check my stream, make sure all the stuff is going. And I added some things. I blocked out more of the window because y'all don't need to see my shitty back porch. I've got some Overwatch fan art and stuff over here, and some more bits down here, and some plushies back there. Something a little bit more interesting. Here, let me do it this way. There you go. Now you can see everything. So same room, but more different layout. We had to switch desks around to fit the TV on. It's a whole thing. So yeah, there's been some changes. I know that the camera seems like it's a fucking mile in the air. Um, Maybe when I get a better camera, it'll be better. But for right now, that's what I got, and I had to make the background interesting. So I just used my way too many knickknacks that I own. Possum, yeah, that's Molly. That's Molly Wop. Her name is Molly Wop Possum, aka Molly. That's Clothra. That's the pillow that just looks exactly like my cat Asher. That's Aaron, and this is a Dalmatian dog that I have had since I was 4 years old. This is the oldest thing that I own, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, it's older than most of the people in chat, I would imagine. But yeah, just some shinies and stuff to show my goblin nature off a little bit more. I don't want to hide them, so I've got a couple of my favorite rocks. Oh, and this here, let me do show and tell real quick because I'm very happy with this. I just got this over the weekend. It is a very good shape. It's a very pretty. The lighting is not going to do it justice, but it's very pretty. It is actually petrified wood, and the bands on it are just so pretty. And it just feels good to hold. So, if I ever grab this, it's because I'm thinking or I'm anxious. So yeah, it's super cool. I got this in a little witchy shop in Ybor. It's a very cool city, by the way. But yeah, I got some amethyst and my other stuff. I also got a little kitty. Oh, god damn it, you can't see him. Let me do does that work? No, the light won't let you see him. But he's a little loaf of a cat, and he's very cute. Anyway, he's a little lucky cat. So yeah, I got a lot of shit. A lot of shit that I want to show off to chat. Hi, Legacy! Welcome in! Shiny rocks are cool. I have way too many. There's like a whole shelf of them over here. There's a couple of them over there. Like, they're all over the place. Welcome in! I'm talking some stuff right now, in regards to chat and Twitch stuff, some things that have changed, just in case people didn't see it in the Discord. I'm sorry I keep looking over there. God damn it. I should be looking at you. But, okay. So this is the first stream since I made affiliate. I just want you all to know, holy fucking shit, that's crazy that happened, so fucking fast, and everyone has been so cool, pretty much from the beginning. I never expected it to happen so fast, and the fact that there are other people that are like me that want, to share their creations and want to see things be created. Like, that's a whole thing for me. Like, I love watching artists work, or artist time lapses, no matter the medium. I love all of that stuff. I love seeing things come into being, and so I've been looking for a few while I'm crocheting. Oh, awesome! Well, if you want to share your crocheting, we accept any cool, creative stuff. You can join the Discord. Thank you! Yes, yeah. So, if you want to show your stuff off, you can absolutely do it there, and we have a whole creative chat channel, and that is in regards to anything. It could be writing, it could be drawing, it could be crocheting, just whatever you're working on, we want to see it. We want to talk about cool creative stuff. If you didn't remember, I used to work with Stefan. Oh, that is you. Hi. Okay, I'm not going to use your real name because I'm not sure if that's cool. But hi, I forgot your Twitch name, so now I remember you. I am so sorry. But I'm glad to have you here. But yeah, in regards to affiliate stuff, um, so I have to run ads now. I'm sure you all know. I talked about this in the Discord. Yes! Yes, thank you on behalf of both of us for visiting the chat. I think it's also important to note that one of the major reasons why you've grown in this community is because you promote everyone else around you and make us feel welcome, so thank you. Oh, I, I'm not gonna cry. You're not gonna make me cry. Oh god. I try really hard. I do want to lift everybody up in the community and act as a hub. Like I love. Don't make me cry. You shut up, husband. You silence yourself. I'll ban you. I can do that. Uh, but um, but yeah, it's I love watching Twitch streamers. There are other Twitch streamers out there that do world building, and I do follow them and watch them when I can. But a lot of it, and this is in no way a fault of them. This is how they want to run their stream. I do not fault them for it. I watch it because I find it entertaining. But yeah, I don't want it to be all about just what I'm creating. First of all, that it takes kind of some of the pressure off me if I also have a conversation with other people, because I don't find myself particularly, entertaining. I'm not like a Twitch streamer that's gonna play horror games and scream. So I have to, I have to provide something that isn't normally provided. And again, that's not, shitting on any other creators. I love watching other creators and having their focused streams, but, I want to lift up the community. I want other people to find this place and use it to build upon what they've already created or what they have been thinking about. I want to push people into doing the thing, because this stream I started technically years ago, but it never went anywhere. But I've put a little more work into it. I've put a little more focus into it, and me and my friend were talking about it one night, and he was interested in starting streaming maybe eventually, and I was like, oh yeah, I used to do that, I should do that again. And it was just one of those things where the next day I was sitting at home and I'm like, fuck it, well let's fucking do it. And I think it was you, Arcane, that was like the first person to like come into my chat, and it was crazy that it happened so fast. And I'm so appreciative of everybody being so cool and just being entertained enough to even lurk. Like, I love my lurkers. Like, they're the backbone of Twitch, if you believe the veterans. So I'm happy to have any number of people watching me and finding me entertaining enough to watch me. Because I don't think I can try to be entertaining, if that makes sense. It's just, I'm gonna be me, and I'm not gonna put on some wacky personality. I ain't got the energy for that. So, yeah. So I'd like a chiller stream, and I think I've done pretty good providing a hub for people to come to. So, all that's to say, I appreciate everybody for coming in and doing cool stuff and sharing cool stuff. It's really, really cool. So, okay. In regards to that, I talked about it in the Discord. I'm going to talk about it here real quick. I do have to run ads now. So you'll have ads come up. There should be, if I set it up right, I hope I did, but there should be like a warning in chat that'll give us like a 5-minute like countdown, more or less, to the ad break, and then it'll be a minute and a half of ads in the within like the first half hour of the stream, and then after that it's like another 30 minutes and you get another minute and a half or something like that. So I think that's how I set it up. But yeah, I think it's easier to have that planned out rather than have pre-roll. I lagged out, but I'm back. Apparently I can't connect with my Wi-Fi. I'm too far in my yard. Ooh, crocheting outside. That sounds like a vibe. So yeah, ads will be running. I will try my best to keep an eye on it, but please be patient with me as I get used to the fact that I have to run ads on my channel now. I will be using them to take a break, go to the bathroom, that kind of stuff, whatever I need, and I advise you to do the same and don't give the ads too much fucking attention, because we're already inundated with them all points of our fucking lives. So whatever. But you gotta do it. Hi Eekster, welcome in. Just talking Twitch stuff. Um, so yeah, ads will be run. I also have down in chat, whatever direction that is for you, there's channel points now, and you can you get them for free as you watch over time. I'm learning all of this, and you can put in for me to drink water or stuff like that. I don't know. I've only done really basic ones. I'll figure out more specific ones later. I do want to do a show us your shiny one where I have to show a random knickknack or something maybe. There's a hat one too. I might take that down because I don't know if I want to spend half of the fucking stream going to get hats, and not all of my hats are gonna work with headphones, so I'm not sure if that's gonna work. God damn it, posture check. Yeah, see? Exactly. Woo! Oh, it's got a noise. Oh god. Okay, that was really loud. That scared the shit out of me. I think I need to find a chiller noise, but thank you for the posture check. You're absolutely right. This camera angle is definitely old grandma telling you a story, by the way. If I sit back and I'm just talking about stuff, it's very much tell us a story. Which I am chill with. But I also have commands. I mentioned that last time. You can see the list of them like that right there. That was Llama Llama Mike helped me out setting those up. He is technically the only mod I have right now because he knows how to do all this shit and I don't. So that's cool. Alright, talking about... I also have a bot now in the Discord that allows you to choose your pronouns in the roles channel, I think is what it's called. And so you can choose your pronouns in there. If you have any other ideas for roles that you would want to be included in the channel, let me know. I will set them up as soon as I figure out how. And let's see. I think that's all the business that I have to talk about. I also have, and this is in no way telling anybody to do anything or give anything, but I have, you can subscribe here on Twitch, and I'm aware of that, and if you decide to do that, I appreciate it, of course. If you're not into the subs, or if you don't, want to do a rolling month-by-month thing, and you still want to monetarily give to the stream, I have a link, should be down below, to buy me a coffee, which is just $1. I'm not expecting to make buku bucks here. That's not why I'm doing this. So I don't want anybody to expect to think I'm expecting to make money off of any of you. But if at any point you feel the necessity to do so, or you feel like you would like to, that's how you can do it in a cheaper, not regular monthly thing way. So so that's business. Stefan and I talked about some things. Hang on. Where did I put you? Nope, that wasn't that one. Hang on. I think it was under planes. Yeah, okay, so we have... I showed this off in the Discord again, but I'll show it off here. Subject to change because Stefan and I talked about how the... oh, duh. Helps if I put it on the right... Ah, there we go. Okay, sorry. There we go. So I've made the general idea of the cosmology from the top down. So you're looking down basically on the Celestial Garden, and imagine here there's a big ass fucking tree that's kind of overlooking everything. This big willow tree with the hanging beautiful vines and stuff. So the location of these are subject to change because Stefan mentioned how the closer they are to Galdor, perhaps the more influence they have over him. So I'll have to kind of change the names around. No big deal. That's very simple to do. I think beret will probably be uh, a big one, and then, hang on. Lydia? Was it Lydia? Hang on. I'll double check myself here. Gotta remember. Lyra, excuse me. Lyra, the goddess of joy, peace, and rest. Always a good one. And then going out from there. So that, where they are is subject to change, but that's the general idea. And then you turn it to the side and you get this. So that triangle is the tree. And it's Galliora, the tree of the cosmos. That's, our Yggdrasil, our life tree, that kind of thing. Which is located in the garden, which is that pizza that you saw sliced up. So that's that. And then in between the two, kind of separate, but in between is the hells. And then the grave, which is the dark mirror of the garden, with all of the opposite gods on the other side, with the roots, which is Galadros, the roots of all things. So, very Tolkien-esque names that me and Stefan talked out and figured out. I really like the names, and we wanted to, like, have Galador, or Galdor, like, call back to the names of the bigger parts, because this is all as above, so below. This is all big is mirrored in the small, and vice versa. So that's where we came up with that, and so both of them kind of sound like Galdor, but Galdor is a simpler version of it, if you will. And then the Hells, if you know anything about D&D lore, the Hells themselves and the Abyss, I think, are two different places, two different planes of existence, one with devils and one with demons. I can't fucking remember which is which, like, ever. So, so guess what? I'm shoving them together. Throw out the whole Faerunian idea of the Hells and the Abyss, and kind of shove them together in this way. I've talked briefly about this before. I have to do a whole write-up on this, but the Hells in this world, instead of a place where you are sent because you're a bad person or what have you, or because you blasphemed against a god, and technically, like, it would be really easy in a world with so many gods to blaspheme, because every god has their own thing going on, and you're probably working against some god in some way if you're working for another god. So if it's not necessarily somewhere you go if you pissed off a god will probably punish you in the material plane, honestly, if you piss them off enough. But it's really hard to do, I would think, because they're gods and they really probably don't give a fuck about what we do most of the time. So the Hells are there for people that lost their own faith in the gods, or at least they don't want to be involved in any of that. Because the way I wrote it up, let me write. I sound brilliant when I write things. I'm not good when I talk. The Hells are not a place you are sent. They're a place that you choose. For those that have no faith or lost faith in the gods, instead they believe in the solid foundation of contracts and a general pessimism in the world. So, if you lose faith in gods, like all of them, and there's not a single god that kind of vibes with you, you probably don't have a lot of faith in your general people. In general, I'm generalizing, of course. There's always going to be, like, people that have, like, all of their faith is in humanity, and in a way that's not losing faith in the gods, because again, in a D&D world, the gods exist. They are irrefutable. There is proof of the gods. So if you love a creation of a god enough, I'm pretty sure a god's going to be chill with you. But if you go ahead and decide to make a pact with a demon, you go to the Hells, because you're just like, yeah, it was worth it to to get magic powers, and then whenever I pass or get killed or whatever, I just go hang out and do more magic stuff that's probably a lot darker below. Of course, this means the hells are probably kind of annoying to the gods. There's probably some push and shove between the two, and that's both levels of the grave and the garden. So they're both annoyed by the hells because they're the rebels. They went, nah. And I gotta admit, partially why I did the hells like this is because I want to eventually, not this campaign certainly, but eventually having a campaign in the hells, but not having hell as being hell necessarily. It's just where all the rebels go. Sounds like a fucking vibe, and it sounds like a campaign I could have a lot of fun running. So the overall design of the hells is gonna probably wait until it becomes more relevant. And that also makes sure that there are people that can still do fiend contracts in this game, basically. So those are my ideas on the hells. They're not going to be, biblical hell. They're going to be something a little different. I know very little about the D&D hells, so I'm going to take inspiration probably from some of the descriptions, but otherwise I'm gonna kind of make them my own, because it's like I think of them immediately as the hell, quote unquote, the hell in Brutal Legend, the Jack Black video game, where everything is fucking metal as hell, and it's kind of cool, and it's not like the worst terrible thing, like watching people get tortured for eternity. I think it's just like dope. I think this calls for a hell yeah. Definitely. So yeah, so the hells are more of a hell yeah than a hell no, if you will. So those are my thoughts on the hells. Obviously, it's probably not going to be relevant in this campaign, because we're going cozy with it. But as this world builds upon itself and changes and evolves, there's more opportunity for darker campaigns to possibly come up. And maybe that'll be the next campaign that I run. It could be anything. So yeah, those are the hells. So we have the trees, and the tree and the roots are named. We have our general cosmology shape figured out. I think, I know Eek is in the chat. I don't think any of my other players are, which is totally fine. They're all busy doing stuff. But I wanted to do a little cast introduction. Since we're getting to the end here, man, we've got just this stream and Friday's stream to go before I start. And I'm nervous, but excited, and it's gonna be fun. But I was thinking of doing a little cast reveal fully, because I feel like we've gotten everything figured out in regard most things. We might have to change one or two things, but I just wanted to show the characters and what I have, and a description so far, that kind of thing. So everybody knows the cast that we're playing with. I know I've mentioned some things, and we have the general framing of the world building around them, but to dial in and look specifically at the characters, I think we all know Nubia, as she is kind of the very unique one out of the bunch, in that she's literally the only one of her type that exists, because she is a free Gynosphinx. This is Eek's character. So we have some general notes about our dear Gynosphinx. She doesn't have good eyesight. She likes shiny things. Sure. She was summoned against her will, like most summons happen, from another plane of existence to guard a tomb. Tomb details pending. We don't have a full history of the tomb right now. It will become relevant, I have no doubt, but we'll work on that as we go. She is the only one that has access, one of the few, I should say, in the world. And oh! Thomas, you... What? What did you do? What did you do? Oh my god, you son of a bitch. I'm not gonna cry. No, you did not. Sir. Oh. He gifted 5 subs. Thomas gifted 5 subs. Thank you for the follow, you son of a bitch. I'm not gonna cry. You didn't have to do that! Stop! God damn it. You, oh, now I have a break. I know the ads are over. I was in the bathroom. God damn it, Thomas. Thank you. You. I. Where was I? God. I'm all sweaty now. Everyone welcome Wise Clockwork into the chat in the stream because he's a very good friend of Stefan and I's, and well, he decided to fucking come in here and be all generous and shit and give some subs to y'all. So thank you. And be sure to give him some love. He's a very cool dude. And I'm happy to have him as a friend. Anyway. My palms are sweaty. I'm fine. So, anyway. Right. Going back to Nubia. Our resident Gyna Sphinx. Eekster's character. She loves shinies, like I said. We gave her arm spaghetti, yeah, a little bit. She has natural weapons to talk about some mechanical stuff, so she's able to do a little bit more damage with her hand-to-hand. Though she is a wizard, so I am hoping that it never calls for that. She collects shiny things, so think of like a dragon with its hoard, but, it's a little different because she's very protective of them, as she is formerly a guardian of a tomb, and likely a bunch of shinies were in there, what happened is that Nubia was summoned, like I said, against her will, and so she was serving this Gaius for an indeterminate amount of years. And at some point in that time, her summoner, whom she doesn't fully remember because she didn't like them very much, and she's been there for so long that she hasn't bothered remembering them. Uh, they stopped visiting. No idea why. She continued to guard for a time, and then eventually she noticed that there were creatures that were coming into the tomb. The wards on the tomb are meant to keep everything out to the down to the smallest like insect. Um, so um, so this obviously confused Nubia, and she noticed that the wards were broken by adventurers, and those adventurers came in and looted her stuff, except for certain things that she didn't notice, like, kind of hiding what they were doing. And pretty much everything in her tomb was gone, and her Gaius had been broken for who knows how long. So, she is the first free Gynosphinx. She is stuck on this plane, unfortunately. And so now she wanders looking for shiny things and learning magic. So, so yeah, that's our resident Gynosphinx, or Nubia. She lived in the Diamondback Desert in the very center of Galdor, the tree on the top. Next we have... One sec. Here we go. Next we have Spore, and I hope it's okay if I show his art, because I love it so much. This is by Bunkin, Spore, who will be Spore's player. Um, he's a little goblin. He is what we're calling a forest goblin. He's is part of the Quiet Crow tribe. He has a wife named Soup. And I love them so much. Oh wait, let me scroll down so you can see Soup. That's Soup. Now, the Quiet Crow clan is a rare, peaceful clan of goblins. They're one of the few that are known to actually go out and trade with outsiders and try to learn of the world. Not much, but they do. Um, and they live within the Harlequin Forest, uh, which is a very spooky kind of high magic. Welcome back, Eek. I just got done. Yeah, Spore. Yeah, I hope Bunkin doesn't mind if I share his art. If so, I won't do it again. But I want everybody to see his amazing character and his wife. Um, but Spore is the Quiet Crow clan out of the Harlequin Forest. You might notice their names are interesting. Uh, and the naming conventions of the Quiet Crow clan specifically are that there are certain tribes, I believe, in Africa that every child kind of shares a title or a name until a certain age, and then they are given a name as they basically kind of coming of age sort of ritual. So kind of like that, the goblins of the Quiet Crow tribe, they name a goblin after the first thing that they bring to share amongst the tribe. And it's at whatever age you come into and you go out or you make something or whatever it is. uh, Spore obviously found big old cluster of mushrooms that he was able to share with everybody, and Soup was able to take those mushrooms and make a soup out of them for it. So then they were in love, and that's how that happened. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of like interesting goblin names in this tribe. So it's going to be like Basket and Antler and stuff like that. Just things that they bring to share, become their name or some offshoot of said thing. I would love to be named Basket. Last name Case. Oh, we have a kitty visitor. Hello, buddy. You coming out of the bedroom? Hi. Say hi. Hi. So, Thumbs. Yes, tis Thumbs. Psst, psst. You want to get on camera? I don't know if he wants to. He might not want to. That's okay. He's just gonna hang out and beg to be... Okay, hang on. Cat moment. Cat moment. Very important. Come here. Come here. I gotcha. Okay, cat moment. There is. There's Cat. Oh, goodness gracious, you're so big. Okay. Yay, Thumbs. Okay. Oh, you're so orange on screen. My goodness. They really saturate your colors. Huh. Right, so Thumbs moment. Okay. I should do little commands for my cats, too. I'll work on that later. But, so yeah, so we have the Quiet Crow clan in the Harlequin Forest, and they're adorable and I love them. They also, not shown, cat cam. Oh, a cat cam would be great, wouldn't it? You want cat cam? That would require them to stay the fuck still, which is kind of impossible for these guys, but maybe one day. So, not pictured here because, Bunkin had drawn this before we talked about it, but these goblins have tails. They have tufted prehensile tails that allow them to travel through the tree branches very quickly. They have, you know, they swing and they run and they have extremely good balance. So Spore will be a rogue, obviously, second story man kind of stuff. And yeah, so that's our beloved little goblin. He's very shaky and he doesn't speak common very well. So next up we have Azalea. Pick pending. I don't have the scan of their picture, but Azalea is a quarterling, not a halfling. They're a quarterling ranger. They excuse me. Redhead, you know, hobbit, you know, features, more or less. But she's about 5 foot, so she's taller than your average. At least I think it was 5 foot, something like that. But she's particularly tall for a halfling. So her father was a human, and her mother was a small folk. She does not remember her mother, and she's on the search for her. Her father is a paladin of Joaquin, name pending. I will figure that out. So she 5th medium creature, handy for a ranger to use a longbow. Yeah, exactly. I was like 5th medium, 5 foot. Yeah. So she has always been a particularly nature-based person. Her father, being a paladin of Joaquin, who is the god of trade and civilization, didn't always understand his daughter and didn't really like talking about her mom for some strange reason. We don't know why. Or at least the characters don't know why. I know why. But eventually she decides to up and leave her childhood home, which has just been with her dad for up until now, to go and seek out information or her mother's tribe. She's not sure which. She doesn't know if her mother is still alive. She doesn't know anything except that her mother's a druid and left her with a necklace that so inspired her to believe such things. So she's on the search for her mother to find out what happened, either way, whether she be alive or not. So yeah, she's gonna be a lot of fun. A ranger, always good to have in a campaign like this. And then, last but not least, oh, hang on a second. Let me do this. There we go. We have our resident warlock. Hang on, I'm gonna reorganize all this, make it look better. Boop. There we go. Better. This is Evelyn, last name unknown, because she also didn't know her parents. I don't want to hear any DMs giving my players shit about no parents stuff, because they're new, and it's okay. And I'm finding a way to make it work. But for future reference, yes, I know it can be a trope, but hey, guess what? When you're new to the game, nothing's a trope. Things all exist. It's good. So... Oh, there's spoilers in that. I'm gonna... Don't read that. Characters. But, she was a young girl who was born to parents she does not remember in a rather city place. The city of Farwater, not city, it's a town, village, of Farwater is a kind of insular. Yeah, la 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 la. Yeah, don't worry, it's not spoilers about you. I'm not gonna read it out loud. You're fine. But yeah, she was born to a couple that decided not to keep her for some reason, and she grew up as an orphan in Farwater, which is a rough place to grow up as an orphan, as a very survival of the fittest, bootstraps kind of bullshit place. Think of it as kind of culty. I mean, that's about it. So probably started by one dude who's kind of an asshole and didn't like something about society and whatever. So in a world like this, in like Galdor, places like this do pop up, but they don't last for long, generally speaking. At least not happily. So so she was born to this place as a half-elf. They're not accepting of things that make her different. So she grew up rough until she was of a certain age, where she was met by a strange man who dealt a round of tarot for her and offered her an opportunity. And she took it, and now she is a Fey-pact warlock to Uncle Puck. Puck with a P. P-U-C-K. Puck. A la Midsummer Night's Dream. So that's her patron, and very excited to see how this character turns out, and how she is played. It's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, those are our characters. Our main cast, if you will. I played in Midsummer Night's Dream. Did you really? Who'd you play? What part did you play? Oh my god, that's awesome. Oh yeah, you missed Nubia. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just gave her the general... Oh, director guy. Nice. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So yeah, Puck, you know who Puck is, and he's kind of a trickster. And I'm gonna have a lot of fun with him. The art that I've chosen, I actually kind of changed it around a bit. Puck was my best friend. Oh, that's adorable. I love that. That's awesome. There we go. Let me see. Where is he? So Puck has two kind of modes, if you will. How Evelyn meets him at first, he looks like this, more or less. Tarot cards, deals him out. Kind of cool. Still has kind of the regalness of the crimson cloak and the mask. It's all very... It looks very nice. It's very pretty. And how I'm not going to show how he appears to her normally, because it's kind of a thing. And I'm going to have fun with that, but needless to say, it'll be fun. So yeah, that's that's our main cast. I'm so excited for all of them. Um, and like finding because a lot of them came up with not traumatic necessarily, although there is some trauma there, but serious backgrounds of their characters, struggles. And as we all know, in the words of the great Marisha Ray, happy people don't go out and fucking fight dragons. So, adventurers need a little trauma. They need a little motivation. They need something to run away from or to run towards. So, all of these characters have provided that quite well, while still not being so grim, dark, and sad that, you can't deal, that there's no hope. I guess. So I think they've all done a wonderful job. Like you can live the coziest life ever, but you probably still have some sort of family drama or something. So that's I think they all did a wonderful job finding that line in between. And so yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see them kind of evolve and heal and discover new things about themselves as characters, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Um, uh, right. So, now, I could go through NPCs and do another cast kind of setup, but I'm not sure if my characters, whomever may be in the chat, I know Eek is, I'm not sure any of my others are, but if you want to be spoiled, that's fine, or you could leave and come back. I don't know. It's up to you. Um, I don't really want to spoil you, frankly, but I also don't want to kick you out of the stream. So I could do that like on the Friday stream, and I could just be like, "That's a spoiler stream," and we can just kind of avoid that. That's probably what I'll do. I'll solidify some things. I can leave and come back if you're doing NPCs. No, we'll do it on Friday. I'll do a spoiler stream on Friday, since that's the last day before we start. So that's what we'll do. It's easier that way. Right. So, yeah, no problem. We also finished our list of gods. At least the good ones. I still haven't figured out all the dark mirrors of all of them. To start again, we have Bahamut, god of heroes, hope, and bravery. Gond, god of craft, innovation, and inspiration. Hanali, goddess of love, beauty, and community. Lyra, goddess of joy, peace, and rest. Mistra, goddess of magic, knowledge, and diligence. Tamora, goddess of good fortune, celebration, and exploration. Beret, goddess of hospitality, bounty, and kin. Lydia, goddess of arts, comedy, and companionship. It used to be pets, but now I'm just doing companionship kind of in a general sense. Joaquin, goddess of trade, civilization, and covenant. Majir, god of meditation, wisdom, and focus. Eldath, god of leadership, guardians, and intuition. Okay, so those are our main gods. Yeah, we have 11 of them, 12 with Melora at the top. So I need 4 more in the Dark God panel. But I'm not too worried about it right now, because Dark Gods are probably not going to be too relevant for a while, if ever, in this campaign. But they're good to have, so I'll slowly but surely, we'll get the list filled out. So in with those gods, I was also trying to figure out more constellations, but that wasn't coming to me. We also assigned holidays to gods. So that's done. Now it's a little confusing, which I think works, because I know I've been reading a lot about world building, and I know your brain wants everything to make sense and be perfectly set up. But there are I was reading this post about world building, and you should involve little cultural things that are kind of shitty and don't really make sense but are done anyway. Like they brought up the fact that say for instance this community worships these pigeons, they're sacred animals, but because the pigeons are sacred animals, they're not killed, which means there's bird shit everywhere. And you might be tempted to like just say that it's magically, cleaned away or whatever. But why not just make a whole guild of people responsible for cleaning up bird shit, and it's worth it because it's sacred and like all this other stuff. So there are parts of culture, um, everybody can see this in the culture that we are in one way or another. There are little things that are kind of stupid and don't make sense, but we do anyway because of belief or faith or any number of things. So, with that, the list of gods and the list of holidays, how do I say it? The the holidays that the gods are assigned to in this world don't always, some of them do, but don't always coincide with the months that they're assigned to. So there's kind of like, say if you had, for instance, if you had a if you had culture decided to dedicate the month of, what is it, April? No. Was it April or March? Whatever it was. Jesus' actual birthday supposedly was in like March, but we still had Christmas, which is also kind of the celebration of his birthday. If both of those existed, there's just like a whole month, but also a day over here in some other part of the calendar. So it's kind of like that. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's funny. And I also don't want to redo the list because it's stupid. I don't want to spend that much time and change it all around and change the holidays because the holidays make sense to me as they are set up. Uh, because uh, they work with the seasons rather than some you know Julius Caesar bullshit calendar that nobody really cares about, but he just decided to bully us all into following. So that's basically what I'm thinking. We don't have to worry too much about making everything match perfectly because being too symmetrical starts looking unrealistic. And though I know this world is, by its definition, over fantasy, we still want to have those little cultural things that make the world feel like it's not perfect. Because if it was, then we wouldn't have adventurers. We wouldn't have people defending good, that kind of thing. So that's where we're at with the gods. We have at least the good part of the pantheon figured out. That's going to be the most important part at the start. So that's done. uh, oh, I've got about 2 minutes to another ad break. Wow, man, that time goes fast, don't it? So let's see. I also don't know if I talked about this. Oh no, I did the capital city on stream. I did. Okay. I've just, so much has happened. My goodness. It's amazing to think about how much we've gotten done in this time. Um so so yeah, I've got to figure out more of the race backstory. Um I know that the Fae were the precursors, which is an interesting idea, and it will make making dungeons very interesting because technically every Fae dungeon is going to be, or every dungeon is going to be a Fae dungeon, which is potentially very different from your typical dungeons. There might be some that are kind of more classic, Fey Wizard kind of shit, but I think they're all going to be real weird, and it's going to be really interesting to create them. Um, I'm also trying to think of things to talk about that aren't spoilers for our resident player in the chat. So, um, I also have some timeline stuff figured out. I have to figure. Oh, I've got 15 seconds. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna use the time to stretch. I suggest you do the same. Get some water. And we will be right back after this about minute and a half of ads. Okay? BRB. Okay. Perfect. Alright, good. Uh. Yeah, if there's any questions at any time, Eek, or anybody, that you want answered either about the world or about mechanics or something like that, absolutely let me know. Um, my wire, there we go. Okay. Uh, Hi. Mm. So, in regards to the timeline of the back from ads, good. Okay, good. I timed it right. The countdown works. Okay, cool. Um, so I think if I set it up right, that means I get a full hour without ads. I think. I don't know if I set it up right, but we'll see. So in regards to the creation of the world, right? I wanted to have kind of a timeline figured out, and this is as far as I've gotten. So the gods came together after trying to set up their own worlds by themselves, and failing or not liking what they did, whatever it was that happened. So Melora, being the goddess of nature that she is, uh, starts to plan a cosmic garden, some place that has this kind of her touch on everything, so life can happen easier than it would be outside of her realm. So she describes the plan to the other gods. They agree, so long as everybody is equally represented, right? So she plants the. Yep, hang on. She plants Galliora. There we go. I'll remember my own names eventually. Galliora. She plants the tree. It grows. It grows the sun and the moons and the stars in the branches. As this is happening and that foundation is being set, the other gods are in their own plots of land around it, and they are planting their seeds or building their sculptures, whatever it might be. So they're all kind of working together as Melora kind of tends to this tree and makes it big and beautiful, and it holds the skies in it, you know. Um, of course, the agreement was they all got their complete freedom in their plots. Um, uh, so for a long time, Melora is paying primary attention to the tree, the cosmic tree, Galliora, to make sure that it takes and that it stays well taken care of and is healthy. Uh, The other gods create their worlds, bringing them up from primordial versions of themselves, some allowing life to come naturally through evolution, some toying with the process, like curious experiments, and others never allowing control to slip from their grasp. Gond. Creating life to the exact letter that they imagined it. Once the life tree is healthy and strong, Melora turns her attention to helping the other gods. Gently she guides some to be more free with their plans and let life take the course it may. Others she has to show how to be a little more caring to their creation. So, though Melora is not overbearing in any way, she does want to help the gods be successful, and some of them are too lax, some of them are too specific. So she kind of guides each of them in how life can grow within the confines you set, but not to make those confines too tight. Now, in all of this, the Raven Queen is there, but she is known potentially by some other name, right? She is Melora's sister. I imagine her very close sister. So, oh Jesus Christ! I almost knocked that over. So what the Raven Queen was before she was the Raven Queen is probably lost to time. And whether it becomes relevant or not, I do not know. It could be an interesting storyline to look into and discover, but at this time, it's not really super important. But during this time, Raven Queen, formerly whatever, she gets mad about something. I don't know, some disagreement between her and the other gods, or Melora, or both. It's hard to say what. So, the Raven Queen knows that trees don't just spring from the ground without roots. She knows that there are roots. Melora knows there are roots. That's how that works. So, whether or not it was Melora's suggestion or Raven Queen just went, fuck off, I'm going to the dark side. You know, I don't know. But she gets pissed off for some reason and leaves. She is put to the other side of the cosmic garden, or the garden of creation, whatever you want to call it. So one of the plots is left blank for a long time. Melora probably mourns the fact, this is not necessarily Zeus and Hades from Disney's Hercules. This is not, they don't hate each other, but they definitely disagree on certain things. So they actually probably love each other very much, but they can't get past something between the two of them. And so Melora decides to make use of that plot, and she plants what will be Galdor. Probably from a small seed of Galliora. One that won't ever stretch to be as big as Galliora, but something like it, and a smaller version of it though. So this little bonsai tree starts to grow, and the agreement is made that the gods on this plot all have equal footing as well. So the gods can come and go to Galdor as they please. Now, most of them probably are more interested in their own kind of stuff. They're they don't care about, Melora's stuff, so it becomes kind of Melora's baby for a long time. Now, she obviously, after a time, wants to create life on this planet. tree, whatever you want to call it, not a planet, it's a tree. So she creates these creatures that are the very embodiment of life. They are the Fae. The Fae, being the embodiment of life, have no natural death. They do not die, and they're probably largely peaceful because Melora probably spoiled them and gave them too much. She made sure that they were well fed and all this other stuff. When you put creatures like that in a good environment and take care of them and also make them immortal, overpopulation becomes a fucking problem. Regardless of how magical and beautiful the Fae are, they are going to use resources. They have to eat. They have to live places. So even if they were Warcry, the world is a treat. Yes. um, the beings of Alpha Centauri. Every time we scream that, I think of the guy from Cyberpunk 2077 that screams about the aliens. Um, so, uh, so Melora watches as Galdor, the tree, starts to suffer from this drain on the resources, a consistent, ever-growing drain on the resources of Galdor. And it hurts her. Of course it does. How can it not? She might have been a little bit naive, not realizing how natural of a cycle death is, how what it means to die. So she some sort of, I don't know if it was necessarily an apocalyptic event. I don't think she, biblical God like flooded the place and washed out, everybody. I don't think that's what happened, but one way or another, she got rid of the Fae. Uh, I don't think she killed them, but she put them somewhere. Where she put them was in her dreams. Whether by purpose or not, we do not know. So, and in that time, uh, Melora mourned. Of course she mourned. The other gods came to her and comforted her in whatever way they can. Some of them better at it than others. And then, of course, the Raven Queen, her sister, came and also allowed her to mourn, but also let her know that death needs to happen. Death, maybe she was the goddess of like cycles or something like that. Like there's a goddess of nature, and there's like a goddess of cycles or something like that. She wasn't just death, or if she was death at all, I don't know. But she reminded her that cycles need to end at some point, so that things can be reborn. Now, whether or not Melora took this well is hard to say, but at some point in this conversation, whether or not it was a conversation or an argument, who knows, the Raven Queen took on the mantle of death. Because it was important to her, and she probably felt that Melora needed to learn that lesson. So it was learned, and maybe she helped Melora a little bit in creating this new world, the people that would be here on this in the world, rather than, she probably started with the elves. She's gonna make them really long-lived. If you had the choice to make your dog live as long as you did, you would. So that's how Melora looked at us, at the mortals that she created. So she made really long-lived ones. And even though she's a god, it's still a pretty long life. 1,000 years is a long time. And then from there, probably through suggestions from the other gods and the Raven Queen in between, she slowly but surely introduced all of our classic D&D races. And I think she was... hands-off is not the word I would describe, but she cares for the health of the tree. and she just lets what happens. If she has to learn about cycles, she's going to learn about cycles by watching them happen. That's probably partially the Raven Queen's idea as well. So now we have Galdor as it is, with this dark kind of underbelly of the Evershade below it, which might be outside the Raven Queen's prerogative. Who knows? But so yeah, that is as Galdor exists now. It's been about 1,500 years, give or take, since the time of the Fae. That's our, BC time is our before Fae, BF, BF time, and then we have AF, Galdor AF. So now we're at the year 1507, starting from zero when the Fae disappeared, or well, when new life was put on. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be like immediate that she would go from Fae to whatever. There was probably like a in between there of this question mark kind of place. But of course, the precursors, the Fae, left things behind. That's our dungeons. That's also the ancient language that is spoken only by certain people. So that kind of thing. So yeah, that's our god timeline, if you will. So that informs. There's still a little there again. There's just enough trauma in there to kind of give everything a reason for happening. Because if everything was perfect, everything would be perfect, and we wouldn't have to make a story. There's no story without conflict, right? So we have to make some sort of conflict. So, in this kind of sisterly bond between Melora and the Raven Queen is found this kind of middle area of Galdor existing because of both, kind of. And so it's that interesting, you cannot have light without the dark kind of looking out. You know how everybody felt at the end of Inside Out? That fucking amazing movie? That's how I want this whole world to feel. That sadness and joy are kind of... they come together. So think of that as what I'm trying to bring out in Galdor. So everything starts a little blue, but they're gonna figure out, joy here soon. Hopefully. Excuse me, hat removal needed. Ooh, hat hair. Ooh, hat hair. Alright, there you go. I can't wait for this to grow back out and have the, side swipe that I used to have. So yeah, that's our timeline of Galdor. This is I know we've been working on it, a lot for a month and a half or more, maybe 2 months, I can't remember now. But just the fact that this feels like a world, I feel like we have a lot already figured out, and it just feels very, very cool. And just the extras that that will come up during the campaign and in more streams in the future is just very... it will just expand upon it and give it those little details. But the fact that we have this whole umbrella of Galdor as a world is so cool to me. I've never gotten this far in world creation, not by myself. I've just, like I've said before, I've just borrowed Faerun stuff for my previous games. It's just kind of it's a map, whatever. Now I'm, with everybody in chat and my husband and everything, we're building something totally new, and it's come together enough that I can run a game in it, and that's really cool. So, and the fact that I figured out a way to make flat world work is a lot of fun. I also don't know if I talked about the economy. I know I posted it on the Discord, but here we've got our coinage. We're gonna keep to the same gold, silver, copper exchange rate. Fuck Electrum because it's stupid. This has no reason to exist. Um, but we have gold, which are called motes, MOTE, and then the silver is a snip, and then the copper is a nub or a nubbin. So again, I'm not gonna hold anybody to remembering that. It's just a cute little thing. Like Harry Potter had their own coinage system, so I made mine just a lot more simpler. So don't have to worry about nuts and something else. I don't remember all of them, but yeah. So we have a system of economy, basically. Uh, Bartering is probably the way to go for more smaller communities, but this is the coinage system, like for larger purchases and things like that. Let's see. Oh, I also figured out some livestock stuff. Um, Again, Nubbin is such a cute name. Yeah, I thought it was a good name for just a little copper, like how we call pennies pennies. Um, you know, I've got the livestock figured out. These are the wider used creatures that are eaten for their meat. Meat is not the focus of the diet of Galdor. I wouldn't say it's vegetarian, but it is much more plant forward than, think of it like Indian food will use meat, but it fucking kills when it's just vegetarian and beans, like that kind. Oh my god, I'm gonna make myself hungry. Anyway, but when it comes to meat, there's a couple specific bits of oh, they also eat bugs. Insects can be used in certain regions and in certain cultures. Bugs are eaten for the main protein. If you've seen if you've seen The Emperor's New Groove, and the little pill bug that they hit and it opens into and they just eat it with a straw. That's what I'm thinking of. I want giant pill bugs. All first of all, adorable. Second of all, I'm not gonna lie, that shit in that movie looked delicious. And watching Lion King, like how they made the bugs actually looked good. Like I don't know how they did that, but like they look they look delicious. So think of stuff like that is also in certain regions and certain cultures a large part of the diet, because insects, we should be eating insects. Let's be honest. I have my ick factor in there too, but at this point in meat production, I think we just need to start eating bugs. Nubia would go beast mode on some pill bugs. That's yeah, exactly. Just and I just imagine like a pill bug this big, like they're just like a roly poly this big. That would be the cutest thing ever. And I'm just thinking of like farms of pill bugs and like people keeping pill bugs as pets. Like it's so cute. But so if there is living meat, there's bugs first. Meats and stuff are probably generally used for friend. Yes, good friend shapes. Meat is used for like things like feasting, special occasions, that kind of stuff. Or if a population can get out of hand. Like deer can sometimes get in our world where they have a hunting season specifically because deer can become a nuisance. Granted, that's because of cars, and we don't have to worry about that here. But it's still like if they for instance, we have shroom hogs. Shroom hogs are they're particularly brutal. If you know anything about actual wild hogs, they are terrifying and they will kill you. Like they will fuck you up. And so think of that, but magical, a little bit more magical, maybe a little bit more intelligent, and with big ass fucking mushrooms on their back. Those are shroom hogs. They will destroy a forest ecosystem very easily if not, if the population is not controlled. So that's probably one of the first ones that are hunted. Now, moss hogs are the domesticated version, like how, cows used to be like bison and all this other stuff, or aurochs, that kind of stuff, which are also a thing, but we'll get to that in a minute. Moss hogs are the domesticated version of the shroom hogs. Now, they are eaten, but they are usually prized for their ability to sniff out fungus, like truffle hogs, under forest floors. So, think of a farmer going out, roping up his pigs, his moss hogs on like little leashes, and just walking them out and following them and digging up mushrooms as they kind of like snuffle. Now, this can create a problem because uh, moss hogs can accidentally find shroom hogs that they think are delicious mushrooms, but they sniff it and then like this fucking hog kills it. So if their shepherd or what have you isn't paying enough attention, that can become a problem, and you have to deal with a moss hog, or excuse me, a shroom hog. So there's a cute little dichotomy. So like it's interesting that the uh, more or less the same animal is also the most dangerous part of the animal's existence, rather than having full-on predators, which do exist, but closer to villages and stuff, probably not. Then we have the Musafant. I found this and I just love it. Um, they can be extremely dangerous to a nearby village. If they decide to herd or move into an area and there is a village there, they probably have to, hello. Oh, Asher wanted to be on camera too. Say hi. Cat moment. Okay. You can't be on camera right now. Is that okay? Could you go hang out somewhere? Love you. Okay. There we go. He's a little boy. Okay. Oh, yeah. I got a cat hair in my mouth. Ah. Full screen for cat. I didn't have time for full screen. Next cat moment we will have full screen. So Musafant are kind of like, if you know anything about like tigers in India, like sometimes they will move close to a village and start killing people. So also elephants will also do that if they get too close. And though it is seen as a sad thing to happen, sometimes they have to be put down, and that the young are protected. Generally, they can be fought off or chased off, but after a certain time, probably once they shed their antlers or something like that, they are seen as, as huntable if should they become a problem for a village, and cause a loss of life. Also, badass druids and stuff can use these guys as mounts, but you have to be a true badass to do so. Kind of like the fucking dragons from Avatar. It doesn't matter if you can talk straight to it. Sometimes they just don't want to fuck with you. So, there you go. Then we have aurochs. Aurochs are, your typical cows. We don't generally use them for meat. We usually use them for milk and for fur. If need be, think of like bison, but not overhunting them to extinction. But we use auroch milk and stuff like that. And then their meat is tough, usually not suited for most food, but makes a really good jerky for rations, for trail rations and stuff. So that's their primary use, once they get like old enough kind of stuff. And then we got Pekin. I love them so much. So they're your chicken. They are burrowing fowl, so it's not necessarily that you have to, build a coop. You just kind of have to build like an overarching place for them to burrow in and be safe. But once they stop laying eggs at a certain age, their quality of life diminishes quickly and their health. So only then are they harvested for their meat and their feathers and stuff like that. So all of these animals are very well taken care of, and they are not killed without need or cause or just for consumption's sake. So those are the main meat of Galdor. Um, these are just so cute. I love it. I just found that on Pinterest, and it's just the best thing ever. And like, how could you kill that thing unless you absolutely needed to? Like, for real. Um, so those are our livestock. Oh, a ad break is coming up again. God damn it! I thought it was like gonna give me like a free hour or something. I guess not. All right, that's fine. Tell me if this ad setup works for you guys, or if I should change it. But so we're gonna go to ad. See you back from the break. All right, and we're back from the ad break. Um, but yeah, it was important to me to come up with at least some things that people could hunt and eat. We all know that food is such an important part of culture. And humans started, of course, as hunters and gatherers. Morality didn't necessarily enter into it because you needed it to live. So if you hunted a bison, you did it because without it you would die. In the same vein, I would want populations of creatures that could introduce. Hi, welcome back. That could introduce problems for the wider community if they were not controlled. So that's why I did, because like for me, I am not vegan. I am not vegetarian even. I would like to move more towards that, but I don't think I'll ever get away from meat. Um, I don't eat pig anymore generally. I'll maybe have bacon on a sandwich or something like once a year. Maybe. I don't eat cow really anymore. Just because they're both extremely intelligent animals and they're extremely bad for the environment. So I try not to, you know, introduce more need than I need to. Chicken and turkey and most fowl and fish, I have less of a morality against personally because of the intelligence. I know, yes, I'm aware they can feel pain, but I also don't think um, I don't want to eat anything I would have. This is going to be dark, so trigger warning. I'm going to talk about animal death here. I don't think I want to eat anything that I would have a problem killing myself. I feel that I could, if need be, if I needed it to eat, to survive, or to feed myself and my household, I could fish and kill a fish. I could kill a chicken. I could kill a turkey. Anything outside of that, I don't know. It's just outside of my ability to most of the time. Uh, I have eaten, I've eaten venison. It was good, but it was my dad's idea. He tried to traumatize me and it didn't work. I was like, oh, okay. Because he's like, it's Bambi. It's just, eh. And I was just like, good. I won't do it again on purpose. I didn't know. But it was an interesting experience. I wouldn't shy away from most things as far as cuisine goes because I find it important to try those kinds of things, but not making a habit out of it is the key here. So that's what I tried to do with my livestock and stuff. I just want everything to have a reason. I want everything that can happen in general culture to have a reason for happening. So those were my main takeaways from why I created what I did. uh, Now, of course, there's plenty of plants and stuff that excuse me that are introduced into diet, and we could go on and on about making up plants. Um, I'll probably again make up some like a general list of like the wider used ones. Uh, just make up some fun fantasy, kind of stuff. But you know, I'll leave that to myself to kind of come up with in the moment. Show the bell tree. Oh my God. Yes, that's right. Hang on. Where did I put it? Here. Okay, so here we go. Where is, hang on, I have to credit the artist. Hang on. I found this on the Worldbuilding subreddit. So hang on. Let me find, I want to credit this person because it's brilliant. Hang on. Ornamental bell trees. Why isn't it coming up? Damn it. I will find it, I promise. But this person came up with such a brilliant idea. Alright, let me just show them first and then I'll find them. So these are fruits that somebody came up with. Again, none of this is mine, but I appreciate the artist so much. Okay, so these are ornamental bell trees. As you can see, they have like a hard, like a coconut, woody kind of outside husk. Then if it's picked when ripe, the fruit will slide off the pit, leaving it inside the husk. And so they kind of slip off. If you see it here, it kind of slides right off. You kind of got to get the fruit out from that husk there. And then when you pick them, oh my God, I love this so much. They turn into little wooden sounding bells or wind chimes. So you have, oh my God, I love this. I love wooden wind chimes so much. I just love the sound of them. So they tunk, 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 like a whole, like trees, orchards of them. Just that beautiful like wooden sound, and I just loved this idea. And so I stole it because that's what a good GM does. There they are. Penna Rosa. So thank you to Penna Rosa. You do amazing work. I don't know if they have like a Instagram or something, but I love it so much. So yeah, Penna Rosa came up with the ornamental bell trees for their island in the middle of the world. So very cool idea, and I totally stole it because I wanted that to exist in my world. So yeah, love that idea. So things like that. Think of that kind of whimsy. If you need like inspiration, like most of this stuff, most of these ideas that came like of things to think on, came from like the world building subreddit or things like that. I have, where is it? There's also good stuff on Pinterest that will just like go through lists of stuff to just think about and mind map out. I found, one second. Hang on. There it is. I found this picture, which is the iceberg concept of culture. So this is, this is what most people know of a culture, of any culture in in history or currently. But this is all the stuff that are so like innate to a culture that it's hard to speak on, but it's fun to think about. So, conception of cleanliness. Like, our version of cleanliness might differ from somebody in, you know, uh, Uganda or something like that. Like, there's general thing, or like India or stuff like that. It could be so different depending on where you are. Um, Conception of status, mobility, attitudes to the dependent. Like, how do they treat the homeless in their culture? Because it's completely different depending on culture, and it's fun to think about stuff like that because it's so nebulous. But it's like, because if you're like talking about how they treat a dependent, and it's just like, you look at a kid, for instance, and like, do they let them fend for themselves at a certain age, or do they keep them, like, when do kids move out? Do they ever? Because there are cultures here, like in Japan and everywhere except like Western tradition, they keep their household pretty much the same. Like, the parents continue to live with the kids and vice versa for a long time, if not till death or till marriage or something like that. But even then, sometimes when you get married, you just kind of live with your parents still, or they move in with you, depending, I guess, on your success. I don't know. But and here in Western culture, there are kids that are kicked out at 16, 18, stuff like that, because of shitty beliefs. And it's not necessarily I'm kicking you out because I don't believe in your lifestyle or what have you. It could just be the fact that you are 18 now, you're an adult, get the fuck out of my house. There are a fuck ton of people that just believe that. And that's a huge, like, difference between cultures, and it's very, very interesting to think about, the bigger concepts like that. Now, you can definitely kind of wear yourself down thinking too much on this kind of stuff. Like, if you're doing your world building for a game, like I am, a D&D or other type of RPG, you really don't want to overburden yourself with that kind of stuff, because it's too much. Conception of past and future. Ooh, I could get deep with that one. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I think it's in, I think it's Korean, and I might be wrong, so don't take this with a grain of salt. I believe in the Korean culture, there is no concept of, at least in their language, there's no concept of what if. Like, hypotheticals. They don't, like, old school, probably now they do, but like old school Korean had no concept of a hypothetical situation. Like, I remember reading a story of like this person asking their father or their grandfather, do you ever think about what would have happened if you had gone like with this career rather than this career? And he didn't understand the question because there was no, like, I was just about to mention this, yeah. There was no reason culturally to think about that, because it doesn't matter as a wider culture. It doesn't matter to think about hypotheticals because that didn't happen. So why would we waste time thinking about it, kind of thing. So that was just fascinating to think about, because I feel like in Western society we think a lot about what ifs, and it can cause a lot of anxiety. but and ultimately it doesn't matter, but we just it's sometimes it's nice to think about, what if I won the lottery, that kind of stuff, what would I do, you know or what have you, or what if I married, this person instead of this person, or whatever, any number of things. So it's just that huge difference in culture that can really like solidify a world into something more resembling a real world. But when you're doing a game, you don't want to figure all this out by yourself. At the very least, you want your characters and your players to help you figure stuff out like that. And that can either be like, sit down, hey, what do you guys think about blah, blah, blah? The conception of self. And if your table's like really big into philosophy, they could probably go on forever about that kind of thing. But it can also just kind of come through play, through the role playing game, where you're just like, you sit down and you have you know this conversation of like, what makes a person a person. Like, do they have to have a soul, like, and what does that mean, and like all this other stuff, and you have this conversation in character at the table, and that can kind of widen your world just naturally through this role play. So, but if you're, I guess if you're writing a book, or plan to write this epic novel, or whatever it is, thinking about that kind of stuff can definitely prove to be fruitful in informing the way cultures interact in your world, and things of the like. So that's a lot of fun to think of. But yeah, just going to the world building subreddit. If you don't have a Reddit, you don't have to sign up for it. You just go to, r/world building, and just go by topmost voted, and you can find a lot of fun stuff in there. So I thought huh. I thought I had a... Maybe I saved it to my computer. I don't know. Anyway, but, like how Tolkien, with his absolute Chad efforts in world building, admitted he was kind of racist. Yes, bless him. He did apologize for the dwarves later on. I know. I don't know about the rest of it. But he literally, he based... If I remember correctly, and I might be misremembering this story, but I believe the dwarven caricatures, which is what they were based off of Jewish stereotypes, but he thought that they weren't bad because it was based around his friend in the army or something like that. Yeah, and then like, and it's kind of like, oh, and he's like, oh, that's not how I meant it. And it was kind of that, I know this is not really a thing, but like that it's not an innocent racism, it's an ignorant racism, where he just, he just like, that's how it is though, and he just was never taught otherwise, and then later on, he realized what he did, and he was just like, sorry about that, that was wrong with me, but he can't rewrite it now, bless his heart, but what are you gonna do? So, it just happens with that era of things. I think people were just more ignorant, and it comes through in the writing sometimes. What are you gonna do? Best we can do is move forward and make it better. Which is why I made my dwarves fucking cosmonaut, no, terranauts, and just put all that onto its head. It's fun to take the stereotypes that people, and we've had somebody already outright say, in chat, that have been banned since, but they're, they enjoyed, I'm quoting them, they enjoyed racism in their game because it made for easy tension. Correct. I'm not doing the easy way, why would I do that? I want to flip that shit on its head. I want role reversal. I want complete role erasure. I don't need, stereotypes to exist in my world. Oh yes, that was a fun stream, sarcasm. Yeah. That person... I am convinced that person just wanted attention, and I wasn't about to give it to them. So, I didn't. You know, when you get a vibe, you know, I get my pattern recognition is so good with people like that. I guess I just like I should say interaction because it was actually a fun stream. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Um, yeah, that person really wanted attention and they really wanted to offend me, and they didn't. It was just like, cool, go. I don't need you in my chat. You go make your fucking boring world. If you want it to be exactly the same, I'm not gonna stop you, but I sure as fucking gonna play with you, you know? I want different. I want something new, you know? I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel, but I'm trying to, make the wheel cooler. I don't know. Put rims on it or something. I don't know. Uh, so yeah, that's when I read a book or I play a game and they take your expectations and turn them on their head. It is just so much more fun. The wheel is a tree. Yes, I'm reinventing the tree. Uh, but so yeah, the fact that it's only happened once is I'm gonna say it's a success so far. So, whatever. Um, but yeah, in that with that interaction, I had that ability to go, okay, so why is it important that I do that? It's because it's interesting when shit is changed. Why would you do it the same? And maybe you're, there's a whole book series of the lazy dungeon master, and there are ways to do lazy stuff but make it different. You don't Lazy doesn't mean, you know, I don't think you can be lazy and a DM, if that makes sense. DMing requires too much effort and too much brain power to be lazy. And there are ways to be a streamlined DM, but I think the lazy title in those books, and I love those books, is a misnomer. I don't think it's the correct word, but I get what he's trying to sell because it's easier to get people to try something if you have a lazy version of it. Same thing with like there's lazy everything nowadays. Lazy cooking, lazy da da da. Lazy is not the right word, but it's the preferred nomenclature of people looking for the easy way out, I guess, or the easier way out. But yeah, I don't think like you can be lazy and a DM. I think it takes too much work. um, Generally speaking, at least I've never met a person. Lazy bread was a bad time. Oh god damn it, yeah. Yeah, don't bake lazily. That god damn it. How do you fuck up fresh baked bread? I had a recipe that was like lazy bread. You don't have to knead or anything. It was real bad. Don't do that. Anyway, if you want to make no knead bread, you make soda bread. That's it. It's real easy. It's a big biscuit. That's all it is. Anyway, that sucked. That made me so mad. Anyway, oh, definition of insanity I could fuck with for a long time. Like like that I could go on and on about. I love thinking about that kind of stuff. So, lazy baking usually results in fires. Not quite, just really bad bread. Luckily, it was not a fire. So, notions of adolescence is so good too. Oh my god. I could go on. But again, like I said, figuring out that stuff is very good for a novel, but you want the players to, if you're doing a game, you want to give the players opportunity to fill out those blanks because it becomes more interesting. Because usually players will come up with stuff that you never in a million years would have thought of. And you're just like, oh, yes, you can do that. Give me a moment while I figure out what dice roll is required to make that work. So, yeah. But yeah, you can find just type in, oh, hi Thumbs. World building into Pinterest, world building into Reddit, world building into so many different, that's the best thing about like the RPG community, but in larger form, the world building community. Um, the thing about it is that there are so many resources for it. It just has so much stuff now to see. And what the hell? Safi's posting weird stuff. I don't know what that was. Um. So anyway, yeah. So there are so many resources for people to take advantage of. And I don't think world building was really called world building at the beginning. I don't think, like, for instance, I don't think Tolkien necessarily called it world building. It's just something that he did for his book. And it's like, as far as he was concerned, he had to think about all of these things. Um, and so it wasn't necessarily like a hobby for him. It was study. It was a scholarly pursuit in order to create the Lord of the Rings. Um, and he was 45 when he started Lord of the Rings. I didn't know it was that late in his life. I know that, like, it was based on some stuff that had happened early in life, and he had, like, taken notes, but I didn't realize he actually sat down and started it at 45. I love that. That's very cool. So any of you out there that are worried about where you are in life, you're doing just fine. If Tolkien can start at 45, you're totally fine. But yeah, there's just so many resources to start with the things that come to your mind first, regardless of what they are. That doesn't matter. I don't care what if you think, oh, nobody's gonna care about, livestock or whatever. I care. I find that interesting, and I'm gonna make it work. Start with the stuff that interests you, that comes to you quickly and excitedly, and gives it. Then you can worry about, the smaller, more ambiguous stuff. Here's a question that I don't know if you've touched on, but it's a lot of work, so I don't blame you if you don't ever touch it. But does Galdor have a unique writing system? That's an excellent Tolkien-esque question. Yes, I would say, but whether or not I'm going to design one, I don't know. I did find, I forget where it was. It was probably in the subreddit for world building, but they posted. I don't remember off the top of my head if it was AI. It might have been, but if it is, again, take this with a grain of salt. It might have been a generator, but I don't know if it was based off of AI. But it will help you come up with a writing system, which is very cool. But my initial thoughts is that the common language looks like Hobbit writing from Tolkien, because that's cozy as fuck to me. That's basically it. It's just like, that is the most comfortable writing to look at, and I wish every book was written in it. But so far we've equated Ancient to Sylvan, which looks like Arabic. Yeah. Yeah, we've got that beautiful swooping kind of words going into other words is what Sylvan/Ancient looks like. So that's as far as we got for, like, and we have accents that we attribute to certain languages. Like, hobbits sound Irish. They speak it, basically, I was just about to mention that, yeah. Hobbits, their halfling language is Gaelic, basically. Then you've got, I see elves as French, kind of stuff. Infernal sounds like backwards Latin, of course, because that's kind of, I know that's a trope, but it's funny. And then Gnomish. I don't know if I've thought specifically about Gnomish. Maybe like Norwegian, Germanic, kind of. Dutch, maybe? Maybe Dutch. Dutch is a very cute language. Yeah, I have certain things that I attribute to certain languages. Genasi could be Japanese. Can gnomes be Russian? Oh, the Russian is usually I usually use for I admit for the tieflings. I blame Jester for that. She's got kind of that. It's Russian, but it's not Russian. I don't know what it is. It's somewhere in there. It was a very interesting accent to listen to, but I also love doing Russian accent, so I will look for any reason. Probably Goliath. Goliath will be Russian. That because that's funny. Because big Slavic. Yeah, da. Um, so I should probably go through a list and try to figure out accents. But accents, remember everybody, accents are regional, not racial. So, if I need a quick accent to go to, I have a reference, because most halflings are Irish in my eyes. That kind of. Oh, ad time. Okay, yeah, that ad break kind of snuck up on me. My bad. um, I was talking about accents, right? So I try to remember that accents are regional. So even if somebody's a halfling, doesn't mean they necessarily have an Irish accent. But if I need a quick NPC that needs a voice and is a halfling, then I have kind of a base. Um, so I can just go into Irish and that's their voice. And then you can play with the pitch inside of it and you can go right up here and Lucky Charms, or you could go lower, or any other things. So that's I love coming up with voices and stuff like that. Usually I try to think about them beforehand, because they take a lot of thought. I don't know how Matt Mercer does it. He comes up with some very just. I mean, I know how he does it. It's because it's his fucking job. But you know, um, I envy that from the voice actors that play D&D. But I try. I do my best. An accent goes a long way to make a lovable NPC. Uh, um, right. So yeah, looking at world building over on. Oops. There we go. Yeah. you can just find so much different things. And I know writing systems can be very, very fun, but that kind of world building is for a game is a little less on the, the priorities list. Excuse me. Um, it's still cool to think about. Like Draconic looks like the Draconic writing from Skyrim because again, it makes it easier. So and having that foos, that's kind of guttural kind of vibe to it just kind of fits, and somebody else did the work for me there, so I don't have to worry about it. Um, and it's fun to think about, but at the same time, it's fun to borrow things from. So yeah, common is definitely Hobbit writing. That's generally how I see it, at least in design. So uh, there's also the I haven't fully sat down to like talk or to write out the magic system. I know each one has its own thing, but like for magic systems, you have to figure out like what it can do, what it cannot do. What's the basis of the power? Where does it come from? Excuse me. Uh, so I feel like I have some idea of some of it, but it's more a lot of my world building and a lot of my creativity comes from I have a vibe in mind, but I don't have the words to describe it, and like I'll know it when it comes up. So a lot of it comes through kind of vague until somebody goes, "Hey, what happens if blah 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 blah?" And I'm just like, "Oh, um that's a good question. Hang on." You just gotta figure it out. So it is fun to think about, but you can't plan for all of it. Um, but I will sit down eventually. But right now, as far as the magic system goes, we'll keep the spell slots and stuff that D&D has figured out. Everything else is kind of narrative. Um, and like the big stuff, like what does it look like when this type of magician or mage or whatever casts resurrection. And I think with all three of our different types of magic, it's going to look different. you know uh Ceremonial magic will be your big. Is there a dark magician? Hi, DM Chromie. uh yeah, probably there's also a dark magician girl. um it was also interesting to bring up. I saw a post somewhere. Again, I don't remember, but they were talking about making necromancy, automatically evil or looked down upon in your world. It can work, but it's also kind of boring. And I was just like, that's an excellent point. I should make necromancy not evil in Galdor. Now, what does that mean? And that, of course, leads you down this, like, chute of, well, what if, like, paladins and clerics work primarily off of, you know, undead equal bad. So, how do you kind of get around that? And it's just kind of, it's more of a tool of magic. And let's be honest, if you look at um, cleric spell lists, there's a lot of necromancy on there. So why do they get to use it? Because it's a tool that can be used for good, but you'll every now and again run into a black cauldron, looking ass kind of dude that just goes, "Fuck it, skeleton army." So thinking of necromancy as a kind of if you if anyone saw Shaun of the Dead, which is a fucking great movie, watch it if you haven't. At the end, or spoilers, at the end where they start using the zombies as service workers, as like cart pushers and stuff. oh my god, like that's how I'm imagining Black Cauldron looking ass. You know what I mean? But seeing zombies and undead kind of take um the the role of what automation is, instead of automation, it's, necromancy. So, you raise zombies to, you know set up and take down, a tent or something like that, or you use them as labor that doesn't tire, that kind of stuff. And it's seen as recycling, which Melora honestly would love. If death makes her sad, then create, like, making her children get up again and do some work probably would make her kind of happy in this naive way, even though their souls are probably gone. Like, if they're just bones, yeah, what are you gonna do? So bones don't really break down as quick as flesh and the like, so why not use it? And then then they fall where they may, and they're claimed by the earth again. There you go. If you have to, like, disinter something for some reason, it's a lot easier to have it crawl out of its own hole rather than digging a hole. So it's just like, nah, alright, come on. Alright, get up. There you go. Good. Anyway. We're moving, like, we're moving the cemetery, like, a mile down the road, so up and move. Like, that would be amazing to see. Again, this is probably going to be culturally used by certain peoples, but not widely used. But I still see the possibilities there. It would be a lot of fun to, like, have some zombies, acting as day labor, all tending to poltergeist. You moved those headstones, but you didn't move the bodies. Oh, what a good movie. That movie is so good. Oh my god, that movie is so good. Right, so yeah, necromancy is not necessarily evil in this world, but it's not widely used at the same time because... Well, no, I won't even say that. It's not widely used, not because it's naturally seen as yucky, because that's not true. I should never say that, because there are cultures that will embalm their relatives and leave them in the living room for like a year or more after they pass, and their bodies are just there, and they're just hanging out with grandpa and grandma on the couch, and yeah, and you touch them and you're around, and like, that's just seen as a part of life. It's not as taboo as it is with, again, Western civilization. So it's just very different. Day of the Dead, same thing. You're parading a dead body down the road. Easy fit for spore druids to manage necromancy in a natural sense. Exactly. It's recycling. Obviously, it would come with maybe some sort of consent kind of drawn in. Maybe there's like a do not resuscitate, but it's do not resurrect. You know how, like, old people will get that tattoo? Where, like, if something happens to them and they don't want to be brought back, they'll just, like, get a tattoo that says DNR, which basically means don't save me, because I don't want to be saved. Maybe there's something like that on bodies. Ye old DNR, yes, exactly. So so maybe there's some sort of magical ward you can put on your own body as part of your burial, where it's like, oh my god, it's like fucking organ donation. You can opt out of it, but everybody is assumed, like, it's default that you are allowed to be risen, unless you get, like, your opt-out, like, ward tattoo or whatever it is. I mean, it would probably cost a pretty penny to get that done, so probably peasants don't really think about it, and peasants probably have a more pragmatic look at their bodies, where they're just like, I'm going to the gods. I don't know. I don't care what you do with my body, you know. And so they're probably less likely to even bother with that. Like Day of the Dead and Altered Carbon. Exactly. I love that. Oh, it's so good. Um, I never tried drugs before. um, but yeah, and so they get this ward put on them. I would think it would be like a lot of nobility, or people that have more of a public facing job or something in life, where they don't want their they don't want their body like paraded around as like a joke. Potentially they want to protect their reputation even after death, so they probably do that DNR ward or what have you after they pass. Like that's part of their burial or something. Or you can of course just be cremated. Like that's an easy way to keep it from being done. Um, so yeah, it's could be a cool way to bring back old heroes or leaders for councils. Yeah, that would, yeah, speak with dead and things like that. I think might be used. Like we have that. Ouch. We have that the Day of Epitaphs, which is kind of like a public mourning kind of holiday that, like the Dreadnoughts in 40K. I mean, it could work. Um, Again, depending on, I would think like say for instance, I haven't sat down and thought about orcs as a culture. I do, because I've figured out dwarves and their general vibe and stuff like that and their place in the world. I do need to sit down and figure out orcs and things like that, because they there's a lot of ways they could go, and to give them, because I like the Skyrim orcs a lot, and they have their tribe lands where they stay and they sit, and that's theirs. But that they kind of they're still pushed to like the edges of society in Skyrim. So I want them to be more included in the world. I just have to figure out how and why. Um, I don't want anyone in this world to be naturally uh, ostracized or pushed away from general society. If you're insular, that's one thing. Like, remember, easy foundation would be seeds from other realms, so you can align them with a deity or plane. Yeah, that's yeah. Um, I get. Hang on. Where's my list? There it is. I mean, Eldath could work. Leadership, guardians, and intuition. That would be cool. Yeah, probably that. Yeah, probably that. It would probably be Eldath. Would be the orcish god, if you will, or the god responsible for bringing orcs in um, to Galdor. So again, these are not necessarily, they weren't all like created after the fact and thus seen as lesser. Elves were definitely created first by Melora, but I think with the plot being more or less abandoned by the Raven Queen and all of the gods agreeing now we get equal say on it, then I think, is just line up and introduce your whatever. So, halflings, deity of hospitality, yeah. Uh, Now, the interesting thing, and I think I was thinking about this earlier today, the Genasi, because they are so cool. I like the Genasi a lot. Generally, they are made to be the like half children of jinns and the like in the typical D&D meta. But I am instead, I think we've talked about this vaguely before, I can't remember, but they are instead the children of elemental spirits of Galdor. So they are not from another plane necessarily. They're just kind of like distilled Galdor, fire, wind, water, that kind of thing. So, because I'm borrowing a little bit of Shinto kind of the kami and the different elements of there, because Stefan, Yumi and how much I enjoy writing her, I'm going to be borrowing some of that kind of philosophy of, air, fire, earth, water, that kind of thing. Which, by and large, comes from, yes, Shinto, but I first learned of it from Legend of the Five Rings, which is a D&D setting which is kind of based in problematic racial Eastern Japanese stereotypes. So when they tried to re-release it for the newer generation, I believe they talked about it. It got shut down pretty goddamn hard because it's like hard to not be racist when you're talking about stuff like that. But I will say, looking into the Bushido and, it's just like, it's just making a samurai movie, and most samurai movies were made by Japanese people. So, but sometimes the writing could come across as problematic. Kind of like how Vampire the Masquerade can, in their old editions, could come across as a little bit racist. Fire elements could come from center of Galdor, deserts, potentially volcanic islands. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and maybe each genasi has their own culture as well. So, that kind of stuff. Otherwise, trees and fire don't mix well. That's very true. Desert would be cool, Minecraft shit. There's like just like a pit with lava in it, and it's like genasi. So yeah. So yeah, the outlook of elements and elemental power is I'm going to be borrowing from the kami, from Shinto, from a very, very like base knowledge of it. I'm not a student of Shinto. I've written a character that's kind of based around that stuff in the past, and I've greatly enjoyed it, and the philosophy behind it. I have read up a bit on it, but again, I have a very elementary understanding of the philosophy behind Shinto. But what I know is very inspiring and it is a very cozy kind of religion a lot of the time. Although some of their fucking stories can get pretty gnarly. But I'm borrowing from real world religion. But I like to think I'm doing that equally across the board. So yeah, so that's what the genasi are going to be like. Humans, I'm not going to make like the base. You, Safi, you made it. You were talking in the Discord I saw. The session was today and was awesome. Yes! I'm so happy. My community is gaming together. Oh my god, that's so cool. I'm so excited that happened. And you guys could find a cool joint interest to hang out at. That's very awesome. So it's better with the 3 rather than the 2. You think? You think it made a big difference? One person have to leave forever, but let me do your transcript. Oh god, really? 3 was great. Okay, good. Good. I'm glad. Glad you can make it work with your time zones. You were supposed to be 4. Oh, okay. I'm so happy about that. um, but hang on, let me go back. Where are they? Where's the races? PCs locate races. There we go. Alright. I should just... Oh, no, get out of here. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright. So, Genasi... Genasi, yeah. Alright. We had Blind Warlock, human that can feel magic and things. Awesome. Big Alien Lucan Himbo Barbarian. Awesome. And Tabaxi Arcane Archer Single Bomb. I'm a bike riding vampire witch from the future. Okay. I love people's insane characters so much. I love the blind warlock idea. First of all, let me say. Can I say, as a community, if I ever get to play in anybody's game, which I don't know if I will, but like if I ever get to play in a game along oh, okay, so they did use their tabaxi. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yay. That's so cool. Okay, we got 5 minutes till ad break, just FYI. If I get cut off suddenly, I'll try to remember and look at my timer here. I will have to go feed my cats, because they're going to start rebelling against me if I don't. But yeah, if I ever get to play in anybody's game, now or in the future, like a long campaign, please remind me that I really want to play a samurai. I was just talking about Legends of the Finder Rings. I know, but I have a half-orc samurai fighter character that I tried to play solo, and that can work very well for a samurai character, and it did for a while, but I think I would have more fun as in a group game with the samurai, because it's that dichotomy of the craziness. But just the blind warlock made me think of like the blind samurai and how cool that story is. So, but yeah, I'm so glad you guys could, like, make that work. Also, always here for a alien himbo barbarian. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And you said you're doing, like, it was, like, whatchamacallit? It was Danganronpa, but with, that other thing? Mockingjay, whatever the fuck it's called? That book series I've never read and movie I've never seen. Was it those two kind of mixed together in this world? Is that what's happening? I know Danganronpa kind of has those vibes, but it's a little bit more, it's a little darker. Like Battle Royale. If you haven't seen that movie, that's where all of this comes from, by the way. Battle Royale is a Japanese film from, like, the 90s? I think. It's an incredible movie. Very anime, very silly, but very dark. But that's where Danganronpa, like, and all that shit came from. It's where it started, pretty much, is kids murdering each other. I think it was based on a book from, like, the 70s, something like that. It's very violent in that Japanese kind of blood spatter kind of way. It's awesome. I love that. I love that movie. That sounds like a hell of a party as well. I'm very, very excited. um, so yeah, I do have to fill out more information in regards to all of the races. Uh, no, god damn it. I gotta do human, obviously. And we did gnomes. They kind of work in tandem with dwarves as tinkerers and adventurers, that kind of thing. So that's cool. But yeah, we'll go through the list and figure out everybody's role more or less as we go. But yeah, right now I have all the main ones, the main hits here. I don't want to make the humans the base necessarily. I don't know. I mean, there's always the possibility of not including humans at all, which could be interesting. Don't know if I want to do that, necessarily, because having that option is always good for people that, you know, want to focus more on the class part of it, and humans are a little bit more base. I don't know. I don't know what plane the humans would come from. I do have to figure out each god's plane as well, but that's not related to any of that stuff. I guess, like, I don't know. I guess Joaquin could claim the humans. That's right, because Azalea's dad is human. So Joaquin, capitalist god making humans. That's pretty on the nose, but it might work. Okay, got 9 seconds till ad break. I'm gonna go feed my cats. I will be right back. Sorry if it lasts a little bit longer than the ad break. I'll be right back. Okay, are we back? I think we're back. I forgot to do the little ad thing, but that's fine. Alright, I think we're back. I also have to eventually figure out nations and stuff like that in the map, but I'm not too worried about that right now because we are staying in Arcadia for now. Actually, hang on a second. I want to reference something real quick. Let me see. Because I don't know the... hang on. I don't quite know the... Why did you log me out, you piece of shit? hang on. 1 second. Nope, that's the wrong one. Son of a whore. Sorry. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I'm trying to reference my map, but it's not. Stop it. There we go. Okay, there's my map. There's my map. There's my map. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out the scale of the map, of course. Now, there is a badass... Here we go. This map of the Forgotten Realms is fucking badass. And, let's see. Where's the scale indicator on this thing? Absolutely nowhere to be found. Okay! So... Hang on. Distance and time. So, if we were to look... If we were to go... I want to basically make Arcadia kind of the size, the general size of the Sword Coast, right? So, I need to know how big that is. Boop. Okay, 2,400 or 2,500 miles. 104 days it would take to walk from Luskin down to whatever the fuck that is. What is that? Oh. Stop it! Damn it. Okay, well that's... I got my reference here. Calimport. Okay. So... That is 2,500 miles, so if this is 2,500 miles, basically. Now, I know this... It's hard to get the scale right on Incarnate for me. I am not that skilled at such things. So, oops. Hang on. There we go. So, you know, the scale of this and this might not make any sense because from Hollow Hill to the Viridescent Valley is supposed to be 3 days travel. So please, again, take this with a grain of salt, because I'm not a cartographer. That's Arcane's job. I am not that person. I am just trying to get a basic layout of this world. Maybe one day I can do a full kind of sit down and figure it out, but like basically imagine from like this tip to like down here is 2,500 miles, like the Sword Coast, and that's your size, and so it gives me a comparison to everything else, and it just kind of helps figure out scale and have that reference. They updated this since the last time I saw it too. Stop it. Oh, my kitty's making yowling noises. He always does that after he eats. I don't know why. But yeah, I mean, this is a great reference to have if you need to figure out. You're back! Hi, Safi. Welcome back. I had a phone call. That's okay. That's alright. No problem. So what did you say about our cast? Oh, the fact that I loved the disparity between all of it. I mean, I love a good himbo, of course. But yeah, I just made made some jokes about the range of characters. You gotta love it. And you said it was basically just Danganronpa. Is it so it's fantasy Danganronpa? Is that what's basically you lock them up and they gotta figure out the mystery behind it kind of stuff? I know very little. I only have seen like the Game Grumps play through Danganronpa once or twice, so I only know the wide strokes of it. I have never seen the show. I don't know much about it, aside from its Battle Royale, but with some extra steps. So, and I talked about Battle Royale for a minute, which is the movie that inspired all of these Danganronpa and the, whatchamacallit, uh, like Mockingjay. What is the actual thing called? Katniss. What's her fucking? What's the book series called? I've never read it. I don't know. I've never seen the movies. I've never read it. But yeah, it's Battle Royale kind of inspired all that, and it's a great movie. God, what else do I have to do? I Hunger Games. Thank you, Jesus. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Hunger Games. Um, so on Friday we're gonna do a spoiler stream in which I will do a full like breakdown of uh, my first session and the NPCs as they go, and my thoughts and hopes for the session, and it'll be a big old spoilery thing. So I will mark it as such once we get there. So yeah, so I'm trying to avoid spoilers right now of anything directly game related. I got those. Um, so yeah, Safi, tell us all about it. By the way, I mean I want to know how it went. I really do. I'm excited that you and Azul got to play together. I'm so pumped for that. That's weird. On my screen, this like shows up like reddish for some reason. I don't know why. Huh, weird. Um, I guess we could figure out some, oops. Nope. There we go. Woo! Too small. Too small. Some more plants or livestock kind of stuff. I'm trying to think of stuff that, again, having the opportunity to improv certain things is absolutely paramount for stuff like this, but I'm also trying to think of things that I could use to explain or to get around certain general problems of society in our real world, and capitalism and stuff like that. Capitalism is the bad guy. Thank you, Brendan Lee Mulligan. Um, but yeah, it's I want like little stuff like this of really setting. I wish. Hang on. Oh god, hang on. Let me see if I can get a reference image. Here we go. I don't know if this is gonna work out exactly how I planned. Oh, that's not bad. Would you consider a map of Arcadia? Oh, like separately? I guess I just don't know how to recreate it exactly how I mean. Um, how I've got it here. How would I do that? I don't know how to do that. Yeah, I guess I could. That would help with the scale issue. Party woke up with a shit ton of wacky NPCs in a big Victorian-looking lobby with a clock in the middle. Clock ticked down. Magic skeleton robot hologram announced the beginning of the trials. Everyone was paired with 2 to 5 people with magic shackles that implode your organs if you go further than a mile of them. Wee. Yep, that sounds about right. Oh, God. Alright then. Is there like a copy? Like, I can't do the path tool, which is stupid. Grid tool. Filter tool. Tabaxi mom made friends with Owlin girl Precious Bean. Oh, very good. Ooh. Oh. Separated because the shackles weren't the same team and shit. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Yeah, I guess I could just do Arcadia on its own, I suppose. Hang on. How do I... I guess I could try to get as close as I can, kind of thing. Just because I don't I don't know how to copy it exactly, and I don't know if I have that kind of power. That talent, I should say. Oh, which one did I use? Was it this one? Regional Parchment World. I guess that'll do it. Oh, god damn it, I can't use that because Pro, I didn't realize. Okay, this one. There we go. Maybe eventually I'll buy this again. First trial party was set on an artificial jungle. Fought 3 big undead monsters. They noticed weird stuff like arrows coming out of nowhere and no clipping arms. They kill all 3. The illusion wears off, revealing they were actually a different team. The Owlin girl being the one killed by the Tabaxi mom. Jesus. Okay. Safi, remind me never to play in one of your games. I appreciate you, but I know Danganronpa is all about being fucking dark, but my god, I can't deal. Yeah, it's evil. It's evil, but I guess that's the point. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, go on. I'm just saying, man, I don't, I did warn it was despair time. Well, that's fine. God damn it, I'm never gonna get this the same. You should play in my Goofy Adventure campaign. I could probably fuck with that. Once I get more time that I don't have. Okay, it's kind of like that. It goes like that, I guess. Alright, and then I guess it's a little wider around here. Yeah, as long as you have warning. I play in one Despair Time game. That's Vampire the Masquerade, but yeah, there's usually there's usually a break in between sad stuff. Imagine being part of a museum guild and your job is just to go into the world, find cool trinkets, give them to a museum keeper, and make it grow into the biggest museum in the realms. That sounds right up my alley. It kind of I don't know if you ever saw, oh no, what was it called now? Oh, shit. Relics. Oh, shit. It was a game on some big gaming channel that, I don't know. It's just Gunther from Stardew Valley, nice. No, there was a gaming channel called, like, Relics and something. Damn it. I can't... This is gonna bother the shit out of me. Hang on. I know it was run by one of the actresses from Vampire Diaries. Oh my god, I literally can't remember. Hang on. Rarities. Rarituds? Relics and Rarities. Thank you, my love. Relics and Rarities. Rarituds. Thank you. But yes, you are correct. You got it back. Yeah, Relics and Rarities. Geek and Sundry. That's what it was. Yeah, Relics and Rarities kind of did the same thing. They didn't... Raristuds. I don't think it's going anymore. They had to cancel because of... I don't know if it was budgeting or what it was, but it was very unfortunate. Because I greatly enjoyed... I want to eat a Tarrasque. Delicious. What's her name? Deborah Ann Wall. She's a great DM. She's very, she's very free with the way that she runs the game in a very fun way. And I really enjoy watching her. Like, she would be a great DM for kids. She's just kind of like, yes, you can do that, and she's super excited all the time, and I just greatly enjoy her watching her be a DM. She's still DMing for them. God, she's pretty. Doing other stuff, but Relics and Rarities was like a group of people going out and claiming these small things to, I think it was eventually to like unlock a tomb or some sort of thing, but it was also for like an antique shop that like collected like interesting memorabilia, whatever it was. But I just loved everybody in there. Little tip, don't tell the other players next session will not have combat. Possibly, maybe. Not have combat, huh? That's... I don't know if that's scarier than having combat, frankly. Alright, and then it kind of comes out... Oh, god damn it. Alright. It kind of goes out and, like... I'm never going to be able to do this. Okay, kind of in the middle... You have kind of this going on, I guess. Hang on. Oh my god, what? I don't know if Azul's in chat, so you better watch it. Oh no, they should have a Spanish class, so you're safe for now. This is immediately frustrating. I don't know if I can do this. I'll have to, like... I don't know how to do this. I would need, like, Photoshop, but I don't know how to work Photoshop. Or GIMP, for that matter. Can I still add you as an NPC? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. If... Are you going to kill me? I just realized what I said. Now I'm scared. I'll probably not die in session 2. Great. Good. 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 I'm scared. I mean, as long as it's a good story, I guess. But not yet. I don't like... Yes, feel free to add me as an NPC. Just make sure I die semi-nobly. I guess. Like, are you doing the whole, like, took away Precious Bean too fast, I gotta make him get used to my love before taking it. Good lord. Are you doing, like, so the skeleton guy is basically, It's punishment time! What's his name? What's the bear's name? I can't think of it. I can't think of his fucking name. But yeah, so I imagine he's just that guy. No, not Kuma. Kuma's from Tekken. I forget his name. He's more like Gladys with imposter syndrome. Oh, okay, okay. That's fair. So, make my punishment awesome or something, I guess. If it comes to that. I don't know which guy was the guy with the hamsters, but I like the way he died and he actually got to go to heaven even though he was a complete edgelord. I loved that. That was very funny. Poor guy. Because he was actually a good person. Just make me a good person. Okay. Hang on. Let me... Can I... Nope. I'm trying to get the shape kind of centered here. Okay. Oh, nope. Okay, fuck off. A little lower, I guess. Or higher on this. Okay. I mean, that sounds like a hell of a session, I gotta admit. I'm also wanting it to go to the beat the system route Danganronpa has, as well as the cake is alive vibe. Okay, yeah, absolutely. So, you know, this group of people has to take down the people responsible for the whole thing, but also it's not as it seems, like, kind of thing, I guess. Not to potentially spoil your shit, but I absolutely... I think I understand where you're going. Alright, so... Oh my god, this is... Make an Among Us-shaped island. I'm trying to make Arcadia, but as its own map, and it's actually extremely hard. So this goes down like this, kinda... And then this kind of goes out like that. This is hard. I don't have Photoshop. I don't know how to work Photoshop. And then like down like that. Oh, more of a curve. Hang on. This is... I don't know if this is gonna work very well. And then like this is where Wenue is, which kind of goes like this. Okay. And that attaches, whoops, to that kind of. And then this is so bad. Oops. I don't like it. I don't like it already. I don't know if I have the patience to make... I'll have to like trace it, I guess. It's more like find blind spots of the mastermind so you can freely plot and hide stuff but not be suspicious, research weaknesses and sources, trade with surviving NPCs, share shit, eat shit, do shit, say shit, die shit, and shit. Okay. That sounds frustrating. That, I gotta admit, like, again, I haven't seen the show. I'm sure the show is much more streamlined. But, that game, the game, like, I've only watched the Game Grumps play it, and like, I don't know if I'd be able to take that game without somebody riffing it, and even then, I don't think I finished it because it was so irritating, because of the way they had to like round out the speech and make them repeat things over and over again. It was so frustrating. Eventually, I skipped like a whole middle section. I didn't like the show, not gonna lie. The game's vibe is much stronger and you get attached more easily because you spend more time. So much time. Saying the same thing. It's just, the writing was so rough. I literally was like so tired of watching it and like nothing happening for like 30 minutes at a time of watching them play through that I just looked up what happens on the wiki. And even then I was just like, that's it? Like, and the first game writing I was repeating, I agree. Yeah, I don't remember which is the first one. I know the island is the second one, right? The third game was Wowie Zowie. Okay, I don't remember which one was the island. I know the island, and then, like, I don't remember. I literally just Wikipedia'd it because I did not have the patience, dude. I don't watch most shows because they're too long. I'm not gonna watch 100 hours of this terribly repetitive game and just to watch everybody die. Third one is the black-haired boy as the protagonist. The black-haired boy. Didn't they all have black hair? No, I guess the first guy had brown hair. I don't know if I've seen I don't know if they've played the third one. But I just couldn't do it. I don't have the patience. Like, I've watched some anime that's like that. But my god, is it real bad in that first game, I guess. And it just kind of ruined... I just like the guy with the hamsters. He's really funny. His voice actor did a good job. The voice acting was pretty good. Does the name K-Day, the word piano and the word hang ring a bell? K-Day looks from... I assume I'm saying that right? K-Day. Piano and the word hang ring a bell. I don't know about piano and hang, so I probably just... I don't know. Because at one point, like, the main character from one game became the bad guy later because he found out they were all... Spoilers if you care, I don't know. They're all murderers? Or something? They're all bad people? It's kind of like a Black Mirror episode for 100 hours. Gonto was my fave. Tarzan Himbo. Was that the guy that thought he was psychic? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I like the guy with the hamsters. He was funny. And then the goth chick, the gambler, was cool. I liked her design. And then... No, it's the Bugkeeper boy. Okay, this must be from 3. I don't think I've seen 3 then. I don't know anything about 3. If the Game Grumps haven't played it, I haven't seen it. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know about three. Then I have no idea. I've only seen the first two, and even then I didn't finish them. But anyway, yeah, I know very little of it, but my God, some of those puzzles make no sense. There was also a game way back when, like, remember the Strawberry House? Strawberry House. I don't know the Strawberry House. I don't know. I guess I got rid of most of the knowledge of that game then. I mean, more power to you, but like, no. There was also a game that did it. I feel better. That was like made in like RPG Maker like years and years ago, about a bunch of kids killing each other or being killed. I think it was they were all being killed, but they weren't necessarily all of them killing each other. Made me so mad, but like so did the characters. It just made me feel like the characters. I find that genius. Sure, yeah, I guess. Oh, ad break coming up. I'm gonna hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. Ad break done. Okay, good. Um. Oh, the strawberry and grape house. Yes, that. Oh my God, that was so stupid. Like, I don't think the characters were angry enough. To be fair, that puzzle was so stupid. It was so bad, and watching the Game Grumps lose their fucking mind during it was great too. But, jeez, Mike, no. I don't have anything for subs yet. Stop it. Oh God, thank you, Mike. Oh my God, what's happening? I appreciate that very much. Pew pew. I don't have any, like, emotes or anything. I can't, you scared the shit out of me. That noise is so loud. I know I set it up, but damn. Thank you for the sub, Mike. I appreciate that very much. We demand emotes. As soon as I figure out how to make them or get them or whatever, I will do that. I couldn't make my coins work. The little bubble is supposed to look like coins, but it didn't work, and I don't know why. I guess I couldn't get the biggest size I couldn't get to work, but only the other two, so I don't know, whatever. But thank you. I appreciate the sub. That's a lot. Wow. Uh, I'll work on emotes. I gotta, I don't know. I'll figure something out, I guess. I don't know how that stuff works, but we'll get there. Right. So to end the Danganronpa talk, that game is frustrating as fuck, but I'm glad you're having fun. Murdering way too many people. Uh, right. So I have a separate little area here in my wiki to for wonders like you see, which is basically cool shit that's in the world but like doesn't have another spot kind of thing. I need a reference image for the cave city too. Uh, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find exactly what I'm looking for, but maybe I can get close. Um, so yeah, Hollow Hill is a very cool concept in my mind, and it feels so cozy to me. But a lot of these are kind of intimidating, and that's not really the vibe I'm going for either. Um, oh, this is pretty good. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. Just imagine like buildings going up the sides and like motes of light from the windows coming out. But that's pretty close. I like that. That's cool. And again, there is no artist. There is no artist credit. God damn it, Pinterest. So credit to the artist. This is not mine. Hopefully it's AI at this point. It's the first time I've ever said that. But like at this point, when I find stuff like that and think it's cool, I needed the founder's badge. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I appreciate it very, very much. That's very cool. Thank you. Um, but yeah, there we go. It is a bit stressful when shit, hang on. Cooperate. When there's no artist credit on things, and so hoping that it's AI in the way that I hope I'm not upsetting an artist and they like won't ever find out because there's no, you know. So should this be somebody that drew it, which I think it is because this looks like actual art. Again, I will reiterate over and over again every time I use art that I never mean to steal from anybody. And if I am and you do not want this used, I will happily remove it from my reference library and delete it, and I will find the pin and delete it, that kind of stuff. So, just again, for now and forever, if ever I upset an artist, that is never my intention, and I never want to do that. Please, 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 if you find the artist or the artist sees this and is upset by my using this as a reference image, please let me know. I will take it down. So, just FYI. Or I will credit you. Welcome back, Safi. You're really in and out today, huh? But yeah, there's our general kind of look for... Just imagine it, you know, a little cozier, and like the opening of the cave is like right where you... That's what she said, yes, indeed. Yeah, so then looking at quick spring steading is a little more difficult. Nope, get out of here. There we go. Fantasy Village. Because you gotta find the right... oh, by the way, I have my map. I found it. I have a Trapper Keeper specifically for this campaign, to make myself all the more of a 90s kid. Whoa. Sorry, the desk that I now have everything on is a little bit more wobbly than the last one, so I am very sorry if I shake the camera around a lot. Here, let me go, because I don't have the... Or do I? Hang on. Wait. Excuse me. Did I not save it? Hang on, let me put this over here. Y'all don't need to see all my downloads, just in case. Just in case. I would have subbed to if I had an international card. No, don't worry about it. It's fine. I don't ever expect anybody to sub, and the fact that so many people are is a lot. Just surprising. I can't convert using a national card because Jeff Bezos isn't allowed to make money in Morocco. I want the badge too. Oh, okay. Well, I can't. I can't. I wish I could go find and murder Jeff Bezos for you, but I can't. Don't. That's a joke in game. That's a joke. Here we go. I found my map. 1 second. Of the steading. Okay, there we go. Hi, Jeff Bezos. I love your theme song. Yes, that's true. Okay. Yeah, fuck off. What the fuck is this? Get out of here. It's fucking weird ass. What? Get out of here. Delete. Will you fuck off? I don't know. It was some sort of like. I don't know. I was probably. I got confused. Yeah, I think it was an article on how some senator was accused of child porn charges, and I saved it to laugh about it. So, begging your pardon. I don't know why the fuck. There we go. Okay, I don't know why it changed pictures, because that's the picture that I had up, and then all of a sudden I saved it to make fun of how it wasn't it was still not a drag queen, you know, that kind of thing. Alright. So, there's our map of the steading. Like I said, it's very small. Here, hang on. There you go. Yeah, so it's very small. It is a steading, which means it's only a couple people. Kind of just doing their best. And I'll try to extend upon it as the game goes and more people move in and more buildings are made and that kind of thing. I'm also, I think, like right here, there's gonna be like the old like messed up cabin that will serve as the player's place of residence. So hopefully they have some buy-in where it can be repaired over time, and they can, you know, have that fun little playing house moment where they can decorate it and make it theirs. So that'll be like right around here, which I will edit into. Hang on. There we go. I might have to just draw it on the actual map, but it's fine. Open. So we'll just kind of put... Oh, that's too big. Nope, nope, nope. Hang on. There we go. We'll make it a sizable kind of home for them, but oops. But it's gonna be pretty old and need a lot of work. No! Son of a bitch. Hang on. I am so bad at this kind of stuff, you guys. Like, it's not even funny. I am not an artist or a designer of any kind. Why does it keep disappearing? Oh, did I accidentally set it to white? Hang on. Oh, Jesus. No, no, no. Okay. Okay. There you go. Uh-huh. And then... Stop it. There we go. And then again. Kind of like that. That's good enough, isn't it? Okay. Yeah. So that's going to be where their cabin is, kind of separate, but close enough to the town that they can be still considered part of the community. But it's just kind of like, you know, we haven't gotten around to fixing this place up yet, so you've helped us out, so here you go, kind of stuff. So yeah. So there's that. So, hello. Yeah, so finding a reference image for a small enough steading can be difficult, and it's of course not going to be in the same layout as the map, but to get the vibe of it, it helps me when I need to describe something. That's not bad. Zeno game, small village. So that's not exactly what I'm going for, though. That's fine. We don't have to worry about that right now. But let's see. Got my gods, got my general timeline. I'm trying to think of what else we can touch on that is not spoiler filled or anything like that. I did the diet, the livestock, flashbacks will... Again, I'm gonna do a super spoilery stream on Friday, where I'm gonna literally go through the first session as I consider it, you know? But yeah, so I don't want to do anything too spoilery, because I know Eek was in the... I don't know if they're still in the chat. There's also mythology. That's going to be an interesting one, because it's going to be more like... I guess like fairy tales in a fairy tale realm is a very interesting concept, which would be fun to figure out, but that's again another thing that I feel like is going to come up during sessions. So that'll be fun and interesting to explore in character, in game, that kind of stuff. So figuring that out too early beforehand could be jump in the gun. There we go. Jump in the shark is another thing. Cool, Jody, welcome in. Yes, fantasy. We are doing fantasy stuff. How are you today? I am doing wonderfully. How are you? We are just doing some world building. We're very excited. My new campaign starts on Saturday, and we're doing some last minute world building via the stream. Shark jumping. Yeah, I meant jump in the gun, but I said jump in the shark, which is a whole other thing. So I'm trying to figure out what else I can do. Hang on a second. What else I can figure out before the game starts. Let's see. Oh, that's a great one. Okay, so husband brought up a potential thing to design, which would be what the libraries and the like are in this world. He brought this up a while ago. I haven't gotten to it until just now. So I guess we'll put it under customs. Or, I guess locations, yes, but actually no. I need to name that, though. I need, like, he mentioned that it needs to have a cool name, and I absolutely agree. So, I mean, I know the old name for a library is, like, Arcanum or something. but it needs to be a little bit more than just a library. It's kind of it's like a rec center, and like in Stardew Valley, they have the community center. It's like that. Um, uh, so let's see. Hang on. I know library is not what I'm going for, but book collection, book room, reference center. No, that's not what I'm going for. Community center? Civic center, recreation center, gymnasium. That's not what I'm going for. Okay, so I need a fantasy name for it then. I don't think this is going to give me anything. So it needs, like, think of like it's kind of like a longhouse. Like I'm imagining it as a very large space, where library, clinic, schoolhouse, like all of that is in this one location, and it's. Hold on. Let me oh, well, that's just. Hang on. I need a name. I need a name for that thing. Something that. Dark academia, kind of. Well, light academia. Hang on. Light academia. Like, in this world, it's definitely more like light academia than dark academia, as much as I love me some good old-fashioned dark academia. It's so nice. Book bucket list. Chaotic academia. Well, that sounds what it was like when I was in school. Oh boy. Academia nuts. Wow. Yeah. Delicious. I need. What would it be? What would it be called in this world? Okay. So we. No, I want cookies really bad. A macadamia nut, like white chocolate. Oh, I want food. Okay. So, okay. I had to think. So, library is a very. Where did what's the etymology of library? Where did that come from? I mean, Libra, obviously. Place for books, yep. Librairie. Old French, librairie. Collection of books, bookseller's shop. Okay, that's easy. Liber, inner bark of trees. Oh! That's interesting. I mean, you're not wrong. Leaf. Lodge. Leaf lodge. Lodge. Leaf. Mm-hmm. Hut, camp, and small building. Hold on, let's see. Okay, lodge. They could just be called lodges, I suppose. Leisure Lieber Lodge. Little chalet. Chalet? No, chalet's something different. Shack. Let's see. Small house at the gates of the park. Local chapter of a fraternity. Assemblage. Pagoda. Pagoda's not bad. Assemblage. Sodality. What does that mean? Collection of people, countries, or groups that combine for mutual protection and cooperation. The emotions of conduct of friends. Well, that's an interesting word. I like that. Sodality. Sorority. Consortium. Consortium. League, society. Ooh, consortium. I like that. Okay. for mutual gain. I mean, that's what it is. Or guild. G-I-L-D instead of G-U-I-L-D. To describe. I think they put the wrong kind of guild in here. Okay. So, alright. So, I like consortium. I like, sodality. Conglomerate. Okay. Consortium. There's also conservatory? Isn't that something? That's something in Harry Potter. Conservatory. What's a conservatory? I spelled that wrong. Is it conservatory? Oh boy. Conservatory. Conservatory? A room with glass roof and walls. Oh, okay. So it's a greenhouse. Okay, okay. Belvedere. Belvedere? That's cool. Gazebo, nursery, cold frame, hothouse, orangery. Alpine. Oh, 5 minutes till ad break. God, that goes fast. If this is too much of a, interruption as everything goes on, please let me know and I can look into, like, changing how they work. Because I think I could do, like, 3-minute ad breaks, and then I only have to worry about them once an hour, rather than a minute and a half every half hour. So if that works better for y'all, then we can do that. But just let me know if it's too much of an annoyance. We can change it. So sodality. So the house, like the House of Sodality, or the League of Society of Sodality. Sodality Society is really hard to say, as much as I love the way that sounds. Sodality Association. Sodality Institute. Sodalitude. No. Council. Board of Sodality. Community. Chamber of Sodality. Maybe Sodality's too fancy. I don't know. Sodality Guild. I mean, guild is like the go-to word in like fantasy spaces. Hang on. It's society. So like Society of Sodality, Neighborhood of Sodality. Not because that would be a whole neighborhood rather than like a place, because it's a singular it's a singular building within a place. Society of Sodality would give like an SOS. Hang on, maybe Sodality is not. I was typing, my router was restarting. Oh, it's fine, no problem. Appreciate you hanging out. Union of Sodality? Order of Sodality? Maybe Order of Sodality. I kind of like that. Order of Sodality. Let's do that. Order of Sodality. So it's a guild in which they sexy saucy Serena with my saucy Sassoon. Anyone else watch Birdman? Fancy. Okay. So, okay, let's go away. Leave page. Okay. So, Sodality. Add frogs. Add frogs where? In the Order of Sodality? There will be frogs. Oh, they're so good. Oh my god. They're so cute. Oh no. would love some frog emotes. We could definitely do that. I really want my pie in the sky hope. Those are so good. I would like possum emotes. Possums, because my like little community is uh look at the froggy with the cocoa. Oh my god. Because I'm unesthetic gaming, I think a possum would be an excellent mascot for us, or a little goblin. I don't know. Either one would work. But just like I love possums, as you can see by my possum plushie right here. They are one of my favorite animals, and they're silly and loud and dumb. Do you have anyone in mind that will create those for you? Are you about to? I don't, but are you about to sell me something? Because I really don't want it in my chat. I've already had somebody try, and I'm pretty sure you had to agree not to try to sell me something when you agreed to chat in here. So I'd appreciate you not doing that. If that's the only reason you came here, you can leave. No offense. No offense if you want to actually talk. An apple blossom tree. Yeah, maybe. Um, but yeah, I'm not in. If I want to go find somebody to make stuff for me, then I'll. Oh, okay. Okay, we should be back. Sorry. That I forgot the ad was coming up and we started that conversation. Um, I asked that question because I wanted to know which art style you were going for. I don't know. My apologies. I didn't mean to fuck up the boon. No, 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 no. You didn't. I'm just glad that you didn't. You weren't one of those people because they. Anyway, I just had to be sure. That's all. That's all I was doing. You didn't fuck up the mood. It's not your fault. But, the minute somebody asks you, hey, are you looking into, like, graphic design? You got to go, like, oh, god damn it. I thought we were having a conversation. So I'm happy we were actually having a conversation. So no worries. You did not ruin the mood. But, eventually, I don't know. I'm back. What are we talking about? Welcome back. Talking about emotes for the chat eventually, and then I'm also talking about creating this kind of community center idea that is going to be widely used in the society of Galdor. But but yeah, eventually I want to get like I haven't decided if it's going to be a possum or a goblin. I suggest some like these because I really like them. Yeah, they are super fucking adorable. I think I want to do um, a, I think a possum would be the more widely accepted one. I just right now I'm going to be completely transparent here and say I don't have a job right now. So I have limited funds available to like commission anybody. So it's going to be up to basically what I can find for free, and maybe if anybody decides to like, I don't know, design one for me because I don't know, or if I want to figure something out myself. So, so that's where we're at in that regard. So if it's slow going on in regards to like emotes and stuff, that is why. And I hope you all can be patient with me as I a learn how all this works, b figure out what can I afford to do and stand and give time to. So that's why. That's I was not planning on getting subs so fast, but I have friends in real life that are very supportive and stress me the hell out sometimes because of their support. But I appreciate it very much, and I'm gonna try my best to find a way to give back in regards to that support. I don't know even how much money all of that involved, honestly. Yeah, it is amazing, and it's a lot for me because, like I said, I currently don't have a job, and I started doing this to keep myself sane. And while I was trying to create a campaign, so the fact that it brings in anything is amazing. But I'm not doing it for money. I'm doing it for the love of it and the fact that it was something I was looking for. I was looking for people that streamed not just their actual plays, which are great. I love actual plays, but I wanted somebody to stream their process in world building, but I didn't find a lot of that, so I decided to do it myself. So that's the main reason this exists. I want to be like a body double for people that want to lurk and like create worlds or like write campaigns while they listen to me or watch me write my campaign, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's been very interesting thus far. It's gone better than I could have ever imagined, and I appreciate everybody for being so supportive. And the fact that I've gotten this little community together so quickly is amazing. Um, and there's my cat. My cat is coming over to say hi. What are you doing, Asher? I would definitely like emotes of my cats eventually, a black cat and an orange cat. I feel like that's required when you have cats. Um, if you love something, you should share it. Yes, I agree. But yeah, some cat emotes. Maybe those will be my first one. So an Asher emote and a thumbs emote would be good. And everybody who doesn't like cats? We're on the internet. Everyone loves cats. Are you gonna hang out or are you gonna leave? He doesn't know yet. He's figuring out. So maybe cat emotes will be my first. I just got to figure out how to like take a picture of my cat and like make it into an emote. I guess I'm he kitty. Um, in your face, Twitch Global. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Will you lay down and chill, please? Um, hi. He's demanding pets. Oh, I promised full screen for cat moments, so here we go. Excuse me. This is Asher. Can you look at the camera so they can actually see you? You can't see him unless his eyes are open and he's looking at you. So this is my little shadow. That's my boy. Thumbs is daddy's boy, but um good boy. Yes. Thumbs is somewhere else. He is a little man. He's a little man. He's gonna hang out in my lap for a while. Um, oh, that tail. Okay, that tail. So yeah. But if you guys ever have any thoughts or opinions on what emotes or what the channel point things can do or stuff like that, Please do here. Come to. Hey, it works. Okay, come to the Discord and post them there. Join us over there if you have ideas. I would love to hear them, and I will do my best to make them work in one way or another. So, okay, back to there we go. Um, so yeah. Uh, but the okay. Hang on, here we go. Fantasy building. So I need a general idea of like what the building would look like in this society. What did I call it? I already forgot. Order of Sodality. Order of Sodality. Um, so OOS. um, what kind of general building they would be housed in. Um, as tempting as it is to make something fantasy or fancy like this, I want something simplistic that can be built sustainably, built quickly, and fit all of the things that it needs to be. I don't know where my husband's sticky note that he gave me specifying what all this could be went. It's in the stack up here. I won't hunt for it right now. I'll find it later. But I need a small, stable, cool little building somewhere. Having them in a tree would be kind of cool, like, because I have that map and there's a tree in the middle. That could definitely be... Okay. There we go. Elf trees. Yeah, it... I just thought of Keebler elves, like the one they live in. Yeah, that's... What? He's talking to me. Yeah, I guess a tree house kind of thing centered in each village would be pretty damn cool. Or maybe it could be just centered around a tree like this. That would be cool. Like a kind of like a monastery. Would be interesting. Yeah, having it... Okay, I actually kind of like that because, like, having it like a square-ish building with a courtyard in the middle would give that room for, like, festivals and stuff like that to be centered on, which could be pretty damn cool. So, not necessarily just all building. It could be partial building, partial outdoor space. Could be interesting. Here we go. Hang on. Like this, I mean, that is so cool. Oh, it's a yew tree. That's why yew trees are fucking cool. Now, if I could just get like a top-down view of this place. Macross Abbey. Hold on. Macross Abbey. Macross images. Let's see. This is really pretty. Oh, it's like a whole castle. Okay, so not exactly what I'm going for, but the general vibe of the middle would be kind of what I'm going for. God, that's cool. Yeah, so here, let me... Work with me, hang on. Open image. In Killarney, of course. So imagine this, like, lead, like there's doors that go into other spaces inside like this square kind of building. Come on, work with me. There we go. Okay. Uh Courtyarded. Hold on. A generally courtyarded building set in the center of most towns and cities. Serves as a library, a clinic, Jesus, a community center, and there's more, but I can't remember them all. Else that is needed. Run by the order of sodality. Okay. So I need, hang on. I have, oh, where'd it go? Hang on. I thought I made a BRB. Okay, see you whenever you get back. I need to make a factions. Gonna grab something to eat. I'm gonna need to do that soon as well. Maybe, oh, there's a cat outside. There is a pure white cat that visits our yard and sleeps on our roof quite often. We have named her Pike after the Critical Role character because she's an angel and we love her and she's beautiful. Yeah, she comes and hangs out. She's adorable. Anyway, so factions would be a good... Did I put it... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Kibby. Yes. Cats. Too many cats. So many cats. Okay, I'm gonna... There we go. Alright, so we need the order of sodality that I know for sure exists. I also know that the Harpers exist in this world because of a character's backstory. I do need to design some factions that could be relevant in the future. Now I could make them... Oh shit, where did I... Oh, hang on, I saved... Hang on. Was it in world building? No, I don't think so. Somebody, it must have been in the subreddit. Oh, kitty, hey, could you let go? Thank you. Oh, I've offended him because I wouldn't let him claw at me. Hey, could you chill? Alright, if you're not gonna behave yourself, you don't get no more lap. Alright, there was something... It was like how to design an order or a faction. Shit. Ugh, damn it. How could you? Man, because I don't like claws in my arm. That's how. Okay, D&D. 5 tips for world building faction. I know somewhere... Fantasy factions. Oh, here we go. Goals, resources, red tape. Okay, I think this was it. Okay, god damn it, Reddit. Your new UI sucks. Go away. I want this one. There we go. Okay, so... Ah, too many windows. Okay, so... So we got the Order of Sodality, their goals, Provide needed services to every city so that no one goes without, right? Okay. Now, let's see. Oh, credit to Mrs. Nauman? Mrs. Noman, on Reddit for typing this up. I appreciate that very much because I need templates. As a creative of any type, if I need to figure out information, I've said this before, I'm a list person. I need lists of things to give me an idea of where I'm going. So stuff like this, the resources that people give for free on Reddit are just priceless to me. They're so useful, and like it really gives me focus on designing different things. So credit to Mrs. Nauman. Um, Granted, you posted this 3 years ago, but it is still useful. I am living proof. Whoops, I wasn't, hang on. Goals and resources. Sort of a modifier to the goal or objective that the faction has. All factions have some level or variation of resources, allowing them to create advantages for the group. This can be monetary wealth, property, social connections, or anything else. Let's say that the founders of the Magpies, what they're creating for this high social status, owning some amount of property. Okay, so that would mean the Order of Sodality. I mean, they have most resources they need, so they have connections to other factions that offer services. I would say they're government funded, definitely, and funded well. I don't know if they're necessarily the people to, like... I guess they could, like, if... Because if I may... I am very late, but here. Hi, Azul! Welcome! I heard you had a great time at Safi's game. I'm so happy you got to play. I heard about the terrible thing that they did to you. You are a braver person than I. I can't... I don't do dark games like that, but I'm glad you did. I'm glad you had fun. Or I hope you had fun. And it's okay. We're doing an extra long stream today, so any time is totally fine. I might have to convince husband to bring me food. I don't know if you're still listening, my love. I know you're super busy. But if you get a chance when you get out, if you could bring me food, that would be really cool. Because there's very little left here. Anyway, so goals, resources, red tape. The red tape of a group is what they cannot do or choose not to do. This could be a multitude of reasons, such as morals or agreements that they do not want to break. A group should have at least 2 red tapes and should limit how they achieve their goal. So I guess this is less of a faction and more of an organization. So, I mean, there's going to be plenty of red tape, I guess. That can go away. I don't want... bureaucracy... Here's a t-shirt for you. Bureaucracy is not cozy. So, I don't want these guys to be tied up in too much red tape. Though they should probably have limited funding. So they can do basic stuff. They can't do everything. It's all about people coming together to provide for each other, so it's more about the freedom to do something good for your community. So they are well, let me do limitations rather than red tape. So limitations are limited to the number of people willing to give to their fellow community members. So again, there are probably places that are like Stardew Valley and everybody spends time in this place and gives freely of their services and spends time with their community. But if there's perhaps some people that aren't willing to do that, there's nothing that the order can do to force them to do that, you know? So since I feel like the Harpers might be like, I don't know. It's okay. So this is an interesting conundrum. So, okay. So I've got the Harpers in because they're attached to at least one person's backstory, right? Time out. Okay. So I could either... I would guess like the Order of Sodality is like an offshoot of the Harpers. I think. Because in the character's backstory, the Harpy, their father belongs to the Harpers, right? This is an Azalea's backstory, I should mention. So, and the Harpers are a faction of people that, you know, fight evil, and I know they keep the balance between nature and civilization, which is also interesting. Okay, 4 minutes till ad break. I will have to get up and find myself something to eat at that ad break, so it might be a little bit longer of a break than normal in about 5 minutes, because I am hungered. But, and I don't want to eat on mic. I did realize how bad that sounds when I do it, and I apologize for anyone that had to listen to that. I'm a munchy person when I'm, like, anxious, and I usually am rather anxious when I'm running streams. So, so forgive me for that. So, I will try not to eat on mic anymore. Because it did sound awful, and I have, what is it called? Misophonia? And I can't stand listening to people eat, so I don't know why I didn't think of it in the moment. That people might not want to listen to me fucking chomp at, pecans. So, my bad. Misophonia. Thank you. Yes, that one. So I will not do that again. I apologize. And if I ever make an annoying noise, in any way, please let me know, because I definitely have that, and I just get enraged at certain noises. Okay. Ranks, tiers, and influence, and turf. Okay, so this is less factions. This is less of a faction and more of an order, but the Harpers is the faction that controls the order, I guess. Or at least partially, let's say. Alright. Alright, so... I want to say they're like monks. Not necessarily like, you know, vow of silence monks, but like as far as their outfits go, it probably should be something like a monk. Okay, I hated that. Sorry, we were just talking about misophonia. I don't know if anyone else heard that, but this song has somebody taking a deep breath in it, and it scared the shit out of me just there. I did, because it sounded like it was right here. I hated that. Oh, God. Just, I got tingles. I thought somebody was breathing in my fucking neck. You guys are about to watch me get murdered on stream. That was scary. I didn't like that at all. Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I got tingles. Let's see. Something like this could be pretty damn cool, I think. Is this from... Terrible noise, 0 out of 10. Okay, good. I'm not... Oh, it's from Doctor Strange. That's why. That's why it's cool. Yeah, that was... I didn't like that noise at all. Oh, wait, no, that one. Go back. Ooh, those are pretty. I like those a lot. Okay. Oh, it's got, like, armor on it, I guess. That's cool, too. Oh, man. Alright. I will figure that out. I'm gonna find one. I will find one. I'm gonna take a semi-extended break. I need to get something to eat. Welcome back, Safi. I'm about to take a break to get something to eat, but I will not be long. I'm not gonna, like, chomp down on something anything too bad. But I will be right back, and we will talk more on this. BRB. Okay, I am back. Husband is bringing me food, so I will take a break around the time he gets here. So oh God. Okay. So we're talking about the order of sodality, instead of solidarity, which is kind of the same. Um, so a so I want something that's not too fancy and definitely not too armored. But still, still some badass monk vibes in it would be cool. Oh, that's pretty. Not what I'm going for, but it's pretty. That's a good one. This is like a cosplay or something. This is very cool. Oh, Grey Warden. Oh, yeah. Oh, whoa. That's intense. I get like a kimono or like a hanfu or something would be also very cool. I just love how they look. Oh my god, they're so fucking cool. Hang on. Because there's a kimono and there's another one. And I can't remember which is which. Hang on. Hanfu is Chinese. What the fuck? Jesus. That's close. Okay, hang on. That's kind of what I'm thinking of, but not exactly. It's something comforting, but still capable, you know? Just, it sounds like somebody on a dating profile. That's pretty cool. Hmm. And something, like unisex as well would be good. Something that can be worn by anybody. And so it's like more of a uniform kind of thing. That way you can mark these people as there to help, you know? So either they have a specialized color that they wear, oh, excuse me, or like some sort of sash or something like that. That kind of marks them as a member of this group. Uh, so many of these are so cool. Um, Looks like it's from a show. Let's see. What color? What color should it be? I mean, green is kind of I mean, not necessarily overused because it's my favorite. How about purple? So, like, purple would be a noticeable enough color. Um, ooh, hello. There we go. From far away for people to notice that they're a part of this organization. Let's see. Purple. Okay. You get too specific on Pinterest and it gets a little weird. So maybe okay, I guess we'll have to do with monk robes, however we will, because specifying color doesn't really work all the time. Let's see. Here we go. D&D monk robes. That's cool. That's pretty good. I mean, it's a little darker than I would imagine, but that's the style of it certainly, except just imagine it's purple. And again, do I not have a credit? I do not. God damn it. Okay, well, credit to the artist. Sorry Pinterest is not good at crediting artists, but please, if you are responsible or know who is responsible for this art, let me know. Hear you out. Okay, yes, go, Azul. I want to hear it. This is kind of cool too. Kind of like Raiden from Mortal Kombat. It's pretty dope. Oh, it's like sheer so they can see through it. That's cool. Oh, that's tempting too. I really like that. That's really pretty. Okay. And I'm listening whenever you're done typing your response there, Azul. I will listen. Okay. Hunting grounds and turf. Okay, so they don't necessarily have turf, because faction, I guess, isn't the name for it. I guess it's an order, or a collective or something. If I get belchy, I apologize. I'm having LaCroix, and it's really bubbly. Mm. All right. All right. So cool. So the Order of Sodality is cool. We have the Harpers. We'll keep that the same. So we also need... I guess the Harpers could be that too. So I'm gonna take... So if you're familiar with Faerun and how it works there's like the Harpers, there's the Lord's Alliance, there's the Zentrum if you need a Thieves Guild. So I guess the Harpers are gonna kind of be both the Harpers and the Lord's Alliance, and I know they're kind of they're pretty different in their in their approaches to things, but in this world, an organization specifically meant to be there to, like, because the Harpers are there to have the balance of civilization and nature stay the same, or at least be beneficial for both. But having one that's just dedicated to civilization is, I think, too far the other way. So I'm not going to necessarily have the Lord's Alliance in this in its own thing. So we'll do the Harpers is all of that. I don't know. So I'm not gonna have a classic. Damn it. Thieves Guilds are classic D&D fantasy kind of stuff, and I do love having storylines with them. But I don't know if they fit in this world because I'm trying to figure out, like, because we could do like a Robin Hood-esque type of steal from the rich, give to the poor, which is generally what I do with most Thieves Guilds that, like, my characters are involved in. Obviously, there's, like, the evil, like, the Zentrum are just there to steal from stuff and be, you know, evil, which is fine. But I don't, since we don't have the problems that we really, that in Galdor as we do in this world, I don't think there's necessarily the class system of classic, fantasy. So there's not necessarily the nobility as other places would understand it in Galdor. I think there is nobility, certainly. Maybe they can tie themselves back. Maybe it's more based upon um, like connections to the gods or Melora or the Fae, perhaps. Granted, that would mean everybody that has elvish blood probably has that, and that doesn't really make sense. A noble class does not have to exist, definitely. But it see this is the hard part of turning everything on its head. It's interesting to think about, and it can be difficult to figure out. But what would a noble a noble cast, I guess, look like? I think nobility would be based. Maybe we could, because I have the different types of ceremonial magic, right? And ceremonial magic is the path of magic for those that are not naturally born with it, right? Granted, like so weirdly, if you think about it in this world, if the way that we've set up the types of magic, then in a weird way, like ceremonial magic, though it has a lot more pomp and circumstance, is not necessarily the highfalutin like idea that normally fantasy settings treat wizards. So because if you're not born, a sorcerer, or you're not taught certain frames of magic in your bloodline, because, like, again, so in my magic system, there are 3 types of magic. There's ceremonial, folk magic, and tribal magic. Tribal magic is based on bloodline and family and the land that your people have connected themselves to. But and then there's folk magic, which is more of the power of will, will and nature kind of being brought together in a single person, rather than like the folk or the tribal magic is kind of like this belief of a people. Folk magic is the individual will, and then ceremonial magic is the mathematics of the universe being bent. So alchemy, that kind of thing, would be mostly ceremonial magic, but there's also alchemy in the other two. I know it sounds confusing because it is, and I haven't figured out the full breakdown of it, and it's mostly narrative. I'm not changing anything about the magic system and how it works. This is mostly narrative to like how somebody connects to their magic. Like, I know D&D is trying to change how magic works potentially next edition, which I'm not going to buy, so I don't care, but I know that one idea that they had that they floated was the fact that instead of just the weave and stuff like that, that magic could come from, let me remember here. It either came from divinity, nature, or another thing that I can't remember. There was divine, there was natural magic. What was the last one? I guess it was weave magic. I guess it came from the weave. The weave is where wizards get the magic, and that's whoops, and that's what they manipulate to, ouch, to eventually cast spells, right? So most ceremonial magic is like weave magic. So it's manipulating certain aspects of reality to create a fireball or whatever it is. Um, so I went on a hell of a tangent there. Um, I was thinking of class in this world. That's right. That's what it was. Which is again hard to think on when you're designing a a system that is more fair. Basically, is how it comes down to it. Like, hello, hang on, work with me. OBS, there you go. It's the way my phone crashed and all my. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was wondering where you went. You said hear me out, and I got all excited. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. If you want to put it in the Discord later, you can. If you don't want to type it all again into Twitch, I understand. Um, I will absolutely read it and hit on it if you have thoughts. Um, designing it's not necessarily a class system, but designing classes and what nobility means in a world that doesn't have the differences in earnings necessarily, or at least the understanding. To be continued later in the server. Dope. All right, I will read it then, I promise, and I will give my thoughts. So, all right. So obviously there's the queen, okay, right? So if we want to talk about, top down kind of as close to caste system as we can get in this world, I guess. So there's the queen, and then the queen is kind of the mouthpiece of God. She's the queen, she's the pope, she's both of those things, except they're real. Okay? She actually talks to God. Then below, there is a council of people that are generally voted in, I would imagine, to represent each nation, and then within each nation, the peoples of that nation. So it's a very diverse council of people. So they're going to be, and anybody can run for that place, and it doesn't come with any of the bullshit that our, America's government gets. None of the corruption and greed and stuff like that. So money doesn't involve it. Obviously, you are paid for what you do, but it's fair. Let's just say that, and um, so after that, what are it's not necessarily castes, but what? Ooh, this is hard. This is, again, like I said, this is what happens when you try to twist things on their heads. It makes it a little difficult to really think on the tropes and like how you're going to change it. So in this world, nobility would be somebody that actually it would be a what's it called, meritocracy, right? If I'm remembering the definition. Oops. Let me see. Meritocracy. According to merit, okay? So basically, it is theoretical. It's never existed for real. But a paradox, old system inherited privileges, but merit, it turns out, is at least partly class-based. Parents with money, education, and connections cultivate in their children the habits that the meritocracy rewards. That is an excellent point. So, France, run by a government of its meritocracy, careful. Abilities and merit. So, and it sounds brilliant on the surface level, but again, like that quote said, people that have more money or resources, whatever that may be, have more opportunity to create more merit, which in turn gives them more power. So we want to avoid that, um, basically. Uh, and I'm not going to go into reading a bunch of dissertations on why meritocracy won't work. So we're gonna here. Okay, I'm gonna be like Jon Stewart for a minute, and like I'm gonna say the word socialism, and like thunder and lightning happening behind me. Okay, so socialism, scary. So basically, we are gonna have to be a bit socialist if I want to make this world the way I want to. But that oh my god, this is hard. See, the government aspect of it I've always struggled with. If I want to make this world work so well, then I have to really think on what nobility means. Aside from money. Like, I feel like nobility still has its general accepted benefits. Like, you can tell somebody's a noble because they have fancier stuff. But it doesn't mean that because this guy's rich that other people go without. So this is hard. This might take a sit-down talk with not only my husband, but also I have two friends that are the smartest people I've ever met, and one is a professor, and she can probably help me figure out what I'm trying to make happen. So maybe I'll do that. But again, it doesn't affect the game outright right now. But it will become relevant later on. It's basically like you have rich people, but like they're not like so rich that they can afford to buy the moon like we have. Or at least certainly they wouldn't want to. This world is kind of one that is just like, as long as you have what you need, maybe you know, you can. Is there like a? Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about government stuff because that shit gets really detailed and can get, you can catch yourself in a loop like I already am. And so I'm gonna avoid that by myself because it's literally just gonna be a circular talking to myself and going, wait, how does this work? Blah blah blah. Because I've never known a society that actually fucking works like it's supposed to. Um, so we're gonna throw that away. Um, there are going to be nobles. I know that. So whether I don't think the no Ed. Okay, ad break done. Sorry about that. Um, it keeps sneaking up on me. I have a timer right in front of me, and for some reason I don't see it.
I keep sneaking up on
There's
you. Heyo!
a wild husband appears. Wait, I gotta put the command in. His
The husband command.
husband. There.
There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Things, stuff, and
Oh, you
things.
have chalk. Okay. I was like, what? Um, right. So I know that hi, Azul says hi.
Heyo!
Hi-oh, he says. I don't know if you can hear it. Probably. Mm. So I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna worry too much about the government structure right now because holy shit, that could go on forever. Um, so I think the Emerald Enclave could definitely exist. If the Harpers exist, I imagine the Emerald Enclave does. But the Harpers are like spies, and they're there to like get rid of tyrants in the normal D&D meta. So, and I'm gonna make this work for the character's backstory, which is fine. But I'm going to kind of take the Harpers and mix them with a couple other things, other factions, just because I don't think in this world, right now, anyway. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Okay. So I think the Harpers are going to be not necessarily there to thwart, like, bad, people trying to come to power. Maybe they're the only ones that know about the darkness, the encroaching darkness like thing that is that it's a ways off, but it's still part of this world. I think that's what it's going to be. That makes sense to me. So, okay. A collection of scholars and spies that research the wider planes and okay, and keep tabs of various threats to the to Galdor, I guess. Well, to wider existence, I guess, is the better way to put that. Um, so they're a bit underground. Maybe at this point they're seen as this kind of conspiracy group, a little bit. Maybe they're people generally treat them as overly paranoid and don't be silly. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's ever happened that on that scale in this world. But they're like I know that it's happening. So maybe they're seen as kind of you know standoffish and weird, and maybe that's why Azalea's dad and uh, the city or the town that she grew up in was not necessarily insular, but a little bit more choosy for who they trusted and who they helped. Maybe that all kind of comes together in that kind of understanding. And Azalea just didn't know because she grew up with the Harpers, so she had no comparison, which will be an interesting thing to focus on later. Um, the fact that that the Harpers are good overall, but right now they're seen as this kind of strange collection of weirdos, basically. Um, yeah, so we'll do that, and they're gonna kind of be considered a smaller faction of the world. So now there's also what's the Order of the Gauntlet, smiting evil. Um, sure. Sentient beings must come to the light of reason and goodness of their own volition. That is why it is not interested in controlling minds, it focuses on deeds, setting an example to the world in hopes of inspiring and enlightening others. The Order holds that faith in one's God, one's friends, and one's self are the greatest weapons in quelling the hordes of malice. That's cool. Can depend on a source of strength to themselves and others. A bright light against the darkness. They are not preemptive bullies, though. A strict code of honor allows them to strike only when evil deeds are being committed. Thus, the Order of the Gauntlet is hypervigilant, using every resource at their disposal, both divine and mundane, to know where and when dark deeds will occur. Okay, so I like that. I don't like the name the Order of the Gauntlet, though. I don't like that at all. It sounds too much like a faction of bullies. And I know they say they're not, but it just sounds like that. So I like that idea, and I'm going to keep that idea more or less, where that's where all your knights are. Instead of knights swearing fealty to a person or a lord, they swear it to people. They swear it to, I guess it could be your country, but I don't, I guess it would be that, basically that. Like your queen and your country, and then you just do good and deal with threats to those things. I need to find another name of the Order of the Gauntlet, though. Um, faction name generator, ho. Let's see. Alliance names, here we go. The Bastion Syndicate, that sounds cool. Self-Defense Coalition, Security Ascendancy, Bond of Supremacy, don't like that. The Accord of the Oracle, that just sounds cool. Syndicate, Federation. I thought that said the Sapphic Confederation, and I was like, yes, the Club of Lesbians. That sounds good. Shira, yeah, exactly. The Coalition of Gays. Let's see. The Federation of Sanctuaries. The Equilibrium Nations. The Allied League. What's a good name for, like... Because Knights always had like the Court of the Rose or something like that. It always sounded really cool. Wasn't that a Sisters thing that you made up? What was it called? The Rose? Order of the Adamantine Seal. So I need something like that. So Order of something something. The Order of... I don't like Gauntlet. I don't...
Actually, yeah, type in some of the sisters' orders, 'cause they've got some pretty
Sororitas... Ooh, I spelled that wrong. Orders... 40k. Alright. Here we go. Sacred Rose, Bloody Rose, the Argent Shroud, that's cool. Ebon Chalice, the Martyred Lady, Black Sepulchre, Blue Robe, Crimson Oath, Fiery Tear or Terror, I don't know. Sacred Rose, okay. Dialogus, Famulus, Hospitalier. Okay. So it's the something something. The order of the descriptor and thing is basically what it is. Order of the... Oops. Let's see. Damn. The Radical Accord. Radical. The Radical Accord is actually pretty good. The Order of the Radical Accord.
That's pretty neat.
The The Guardian Accord? The Guardian Accord?
Right track.
Getting there. The something Accord. Hi, Mr. Man. Eek says hi.
Hey!
uh, let's see. Accord. I mean, Freedom Accord is a little. That sounds like a little bit Justice
This is
Leaguey.
basically like a coalition of friends, right?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
This is a situation
If
where
okay, if Mac had a group of friends that just did his job,
ooh,
like that's basically the vibe.
bit of role play.
A bit of roleplay, yes. Macarius, yes. If Mac had to make a coalition, more or less, without snow themes in it, but more of just friends.
Gwendolyn never let me do this, so this is very important.
You're not a superhero.
we, if what are we but not super
Capable.
capable heroes? That's not as flashy. It just sounds like we barely made the grade.
How dare you?
That's what I'm saying.
Meanwhile, Z's just like, no, let's go with that. Can I use the name I usually call him on stream? Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I call his name. Yeah, both. Yeah, it's fine. Either way.
You're good.
I like Mr. Man though. That was good.
I'll take Mr. Oh, kidding, Mr. Manson.
Mr. Man. He's a little man. Yeah, no, you're good.
What's the second word that we liked?
Accord.
Accord.
The Keeper Accord. Cosmic Accord. That
Something has
sounds.
a C or a K in it, so that's got
Yeah.
some alliteration.
Curator Accord.
Cosmic Accord isn't too bad.
Doxing. No doxing. We're good. You're good. Peacekeeper Accord. That's the Dual Accord.
Cooperation Accord.
Ah. The Revelation Accord. No, the Ghost Accord. That just sounds cool. Imperial Accord. Prophecy Accord. The Pact of Armistice.
Strike Force.
I'm not coming. The Onyx Accord? The Vortex Accord.
That's neat.
Onyx Accord is kinda cool.
Onyx Accord, and they've got this kind of back in black kind of.
Nah, that looks a little too evil, though. I want something a little bit more, heroic, like a knight. The Silver Accord. The Platinum Accord. If we could make them Bahamut-based.
Argentina Accord, are we doing?
Hang on. Word Hippo, help me.
Silver.
Hang on. Yeah, let's see. Silver. The Argentine, Steely, the Steely Accord. The Latin, Slate Accord. The Honda. Stop it.
Ironically,
I
that's
hate
what I drive.
coming to you 22x. Oh, it's so stupid.
Well, you know what? If that joke was going to be made, let it be made now.
Yeah, the Sterling Accord.
Sterling is good.
It's pretty good. I like that.
Sterling has an energy of it being classy and gentlemanly.
Accord.
And
Glad that one was a hit with the neurodivergence. Of course, it's all there is in here.
amazing.
The Honda. I heard it in your voice, so just the Honda Accord, just like absolutely, just deadpanned. So funny. Oh my god.
Sterling Accord's good.
The Sterling Accord is good. I like that.
That's, that could be one. I think that's one that Sildar could equally be in as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
The Sterling Accord. Cool.
Mm.
I dig it.
Thank you. Have you met us? Yeah.
Ooh, cheese stealer.
Oh, he's stealing cheese.
I caught a thief.
Oh, he tis a thief.
Ooh, he's a turkey stealer.
Turkey stealer,
This one
delicious
right here.
turkey. He
No,
stole turkey. He
this
stole turkey.
this boy.
He stole turkey. Oh no. He's mad. He's mad. He wants to go back to the turkey.
I must now guard the turkey.
Yeah, you do. Oh, just a buddy. Okay. Turkey thief, yes. Invulnerability. I can't tell what some of these animals are. She's a bunny. he's very proud of himself. Valor and fierceness. That's probably a cat. Okay, well we'll fuck with the shield another time. Okay. So a felon. He is a felon. The only order of knights within Arcadia. Do not swear fealty to land or lord, but to queen. No, but to what? Oh, thank you.
I've got spicy mustard in here too.
Ooh, thank you. Sandwich.
Chaps.
Chaps. And don't worry, I'm not gonna eat on camera. I'm not gonna do that to you guys. Not to land or lord, but to Samage. But to not kin necessarily, but to community
Kin and country. Instead of
com
queen and country.
and
Queen and country.
country. Yeah, so
Kin and country.
community and country. Yeah. So yeah. So what else did that say about the Order of the Gauntlet? So this is a little bit more crusade-y than I want my knights. I know that sounds like the opposite of what knights were, and that's true. I miss Maison sandwiches on my life. Yeah, a good turkey sandwich. Okay, so, oops. The faction prides itself on leading by example and finding, destroying, threats to all that is good. So, again, if you, oh, I can, hang on. Wait. Dragon, heart, oath. So, here it is. Wait. Alright. This is good. Ooh, why is it so small? Okay, so their oath is it's the oath from Dragonheart, if you know King Arthur, that kind of thing. So, hang on. Here we go, Bowen, yeah. Oh my god, if you haven't seen Dragonheart, you should. Children, younger children, please. Please do yourself a favor. Hi, Idea Machines, what's up? We are creating an order of knights for the world, because I was... Oh, Stinks is here too! Oh my god, everyone's showing up. Alright. A knight is sworn to valor. Hang on, let me do it like this. Whoops, no, there we go. Uh-huh. His heart knows, oops, knows only virtue. His blade, whoops, defends the helpless. His might upholds the weak. His word, whoops, speaks only truth. You have bad news? No. What? His wrath undoes the wicked. Alright. I hope it's not that bad. Taking a break covered in sawdust. What's the Sterling Accord? We are making an order of knights for Galdor because I was thinking about nobility and what it meant in this world because um, we're not necessarily following how nobility generally works in fantasy and in history. Let's be honest. So I'm trying to figure out what it means to be a noble in this world without it being like I have a lot of money, which might be a part of it, but there needs to be something else. Like I think anybody that like worked in service, like classic historically, yeah, it's anybody that worked in service to the country, but worked in service could mean not only in times of combat, which isn't necessarily what's happening right now, but somebody that Uh, I may need to put my cat down. No! His tail is broken at the base where it connects to the spine and he's already starting to lose feeling from nerve damage and immense pain. Oh, stinks. I'm so sorry. That's awful. Oh, God, there's nothing they can do? Oh, that's like amputating, I guess, at that. Ugh, that's terrible. I am truly, truly sorry. That sucks. That's really rough, man. I don't know what else to say. I don't know. Poor baby. But if he's in pain and there's nothing that they can do, like that's you know. I hope they figure something out, but if that's the decision you have to make, then it's better for him for them that way. I don't know if your cat is a boy or a girl. Oh, you said he. Sorry, excuse me. If that's what's best for him, then that's, sometimes you can't help it. Continuing a life that has a low has a very low quality of life is just not worth it. I'm sorry. Um, uh, sorry, it's hard to get back from that. But I hope you'll be okay, and uh, yeah, I hope they figure something out. Well, hope for the best. Yeah, it's really hard. Um, so yeah, as far as nobility goes, yes, the what you said, where you made a great sacrifice for the sake of the nation or its people, that's absolutely something that would be considered noble. Like in the classic sense of the word, you have to do something noble to become nobility. I think in this world, and that's definitely something. But I also have to frame what it means to be noble, not just how you got there, but like what it means. So, yes, a little extra money is definitely part of the deal, maybe land as well. Um, and, maybe other things. Whether or not it comes, well, no, actually, it would come with. I know that twice I had a pet that we waited too long. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, we all wish you good luck, Stinks. We really, really do. Um, it's a hard thing to mourn losing a pet, because not everybody understands. But we do. I'm pretty sure everybody here will be understanding if you need to talk about it. Uh, but yeah, so the I would also think the role of noble would come with other expectations of service. It wouldn't necessarily. I don't know how much it would require. It wouldn't necessarily require you to go out and fight again, but it would require some other service to the community for as long as you want to have the benefits of of the community. So basically, anybody that's a noble is very cool. Basically, because it takes work. I was trying to think of like I'm thinking of factions in the world, and I was trying to think of if a thieves guild exists here, but I don't think that it does. Like petty robbers and stuff probably do, but for a thieves guild to exist in a cozy world, you would need somebody bad to steal from. And if nobility, the people with more money, uh, aren't bad, then it's hard to steal from people. Granted, it's whether or not they will miss it, I guess, could come into thought. But yeah, it's hard for me to figure this stuff out. Oh, I got 45 seconds till my next ad break. I'm probably going to take a little bit longer of a break because I need to eat my sandwich because I am starving. Um, so if y'all need to stop and get your food or something like that, please do while I am going to take a little break. Uh, Maybe make myself some tea, eat my food. But yeah, and any ideas that you have in between, I'll still be checking chat, so I'm not going to be too far away. So if you have any ideas for nobles or different factions that need to exist in a world that makes it fun to be in, hypothetical, say someone. Okay, we're going to bye. We're going to ad break, so I will answer that in a minute. Okay, I'm back. My god, I ate that sandwich so fast. I was so hungry. Uh, I do wish. Oh my god, friends with the pangolin. Yes, please. They always look like they're little servants. They always have their arms up like this. They're so cute. Alright. Um, I want to make friends with an anteater. Anteaters are cool as hell. Um, or an aardvark. Oh my god, aardvarks are so weird. Aardvarks are one of those things that I forget exists, and then I see them, and I'm like, that's the best animal in the world. Much food, PBJ time. Yeah, I had turkey sandwich. It was very good. I was very hungry. Oh my god. Okay, I feel better. Um, right. Um, so the idea of the knights in the order being like former criminals, basically. Not necessarily. They don't necessarily have to be criminals, but they did something that marked them as a problem. So I like that. Um, let's see. So, the Order of the Repentant something. Repent, repentant, repentant. Yeah. Um, let's see. Are knights magically trained in any way? I think they certainly can be. You love a good knight, so you have paladins. I think if you are, I would think your form of knighthood would be up to you. Like if you've done service for the community, my hair is all over the place because of this. Then you probably already have skills in one way or another. I would think they would offer you to like be trained by, veterans or wizards or whatever it is, depending on what you want to learn. So it comes with that kind of educational benefit. Perhaps if you were not able to get into like the university for ceremonial magic before, and you eventually got to be a knight, you probably get like front of the line access. It kind of comes with those kinds of benefits. Um, I would imagine the university's staff is probably made up of a lot of knights as well, because again, like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean sacrifice to the community and to society. It doesn't necessarily mean you lost an arm in combat. It could mean you spent years of your life studying this thing and found, it's like a Nobel Peace Prize. There you go. So anybody in this world, anybody that would win a Nobel Peace Prize is just as likely to become a knight as as somebody that went to battle. So if you want to think about it think about it that way. And maybe every now and maybe like if you want to if you want to be better out there idea, a group of knights that protect sanctity of unions and the workers of the community. I mean, I would think that would, yeah, that could definitely be something that is in existence. Though, not that, let me think. Not that unions are not necessary in this world, but they are a given, I guess. And, well, it's not. Hmm. Indeed, comrades. Yeah. Um, yeah. This world is a whole idea of like if communism and socialism and all that other stuff could potentially actually work, or a meritocracy. Um, let's see. Oh, perchance is good too. Militants, corporation. Regiment of the People. Maybe it could be just Order of the Repentant, but I like the Repentant da da da. The Repentant something. That's not Balrog. Why are they all Balrogs? What's happening? What? So the Repentant... Order of the Repentant... something. Watchers? Repentant Watchers kind of sounds kind of cool. The Repentant Bond. Repentant... the Order of the Repentant. If union busting or anti-worker policy is forbidden, then that would require a special task force. It's just the constant. Just be the constant. Yeah, that's true. It's. Would not require. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, I would think that in this world, again, we're going cozy with this world, so things like that just don't happen. And if they do, they just, like, by pure numbers, is it just fucking just punch down. Um, like, it would be hard to even get enough people to union bust or to do something like that. Um, like, if you don't, for instance, if somebody fixes your plumbing and you don't pay them, I'm pretty sure the community punishing you through ostracization and not selling you things would be enough of a punishment. Like, this is a world of very, very, very close community, and like, if you don't fucking go along with it, then it is very obvious. And if you try to leave town, skip town, whatever, and try that somewhere else, you're just gonna run into the same problem. And I know, like, this is unlikely to happen in a large collection of people, but that's the point. Not only that, but if you're not interested in playing out a union busing or scenario or serious worker right violations, then yeah, exactly. I love that idea, and if I was doing a little bit grimmer of a world, that could definitely be cool to, like, play knights that, like, bust union busters. Like, I could fuck with that all day. I would love to play in that game. But I don't think in this world it has an exact place, but I do love that idea. I would love to play that, play that campaign. Um, just beat the shit out of fucking Pinkertons. Fuck you! Uh, right. Oh god. Don't tell me how to reality my fantasy. Yeah, basically. I reject your reality and substitute my own, as the great Adam Savage once said. But yeah, it's your game, No, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Either way, but it is a great idea, is all I'm saying. And I know, again, this kind of world is not what people generally play. There's usually some darkness in the worlds that are being played in almost any RPG, unless you're playing Ryotama or something like that, which honestly I would love to run that. I just can't afford to get the rule book and stuff, because that's it. Honestly, it would probably work better for this game than D&D. I realize that. I am accepting that, but it's what my characters know, it's what I know, it's just what's more comfortable. As we go, maybe it's something we could introduce later on. But yeah, D&D is just evil. Wait, evil. Easier. Good, thoughtful, but no thanks. Yeah. Um, right. What are you? I gotta name these guys. The Order of the Repentant. Like, it needs to be like like sword, repentant shield, repentant. Order of the Repentant Dove? That's interesting. I kind of like dove. Because, I was thinking of, like, olive branch, and, like, that's, like, peaceful, and, like, we're extending our, like, an olive branch in repentance for what was previously done. Are undead a thing in your world? I love the idea of a group of undead watchers who swear to protect and serve the community in death. Yes. Undead are a thing. We were talking about this earlier, actually. We were talking about, because I ran across a I ran across a post, I think it was on Tumblr, talking about how in fantasy worlds, generally speaking, necromancy is just automatically seen as like a no-go. I don't want to do that because, again, I'm trying to turn a lot of these things on their heads. I'm trying to make fantasy, like, general fantasy tropes something new. So I don't want necromancy to be immediately seen as evil. So we were talking about how bodies are kind of used as like a free workforce at times, as long as you consent to it in life. So bodies are either cremated if they don't want to be used, or they are given this ward or tattoo or something like that. They're buried with something that is basically a DNR, like a do not resuscitate, but it's do not resurrect. So it makes rising them, it makes necromancy impossible. So for that particular body. So it's like organ donation. You have to opt out because it's assumed that you're willing to donate your body to the community after death, basically, which I love. So every now and again, and of course this will be regional and cultural. It's not every culture is not going to be comfortable with it, and not every city is going to deal with that particular situation. But you will run across every now and again. What's that spell? Restful repose. Yeah, it's no, not restful repose. What's that? What's that spell? Something repose. Gentle repose. That's the one. That's the one. You got it. So yeah, um if you die in this world and you have consented, or if you didn't opt out, your body is assumed to be of free use in certain circumstances. You, again, it might be like a contract, it might be part of your will before you die, that you say what you're willing to do. Are you willing to for your body to fight should it need to defend something, or is it just like for service? Like, just imagine a zombie pushing a wheelbarrow. I equated it to the end of Shaun of the Dead, where they showed the zombies pushing carts, because they worked well in the service industry. So think of it like that. So every now and again you'll run into a zombie that's probably strung up with like flowers to make them smell not so bad. And they're just doing odd jobs. That glyph to be branded to those with a DNR. Yeah. Necromancy is only evil in my worlds when it is done without the spirit's consent. Yes. And figuring out such consent is easy because in my world, all necromancers have the innate ability to detect corpse spirits' willingness to be reanimated. So very similar idea. Great minds think alike. Hell yeah. Okay. I hope you enjoyed your break. Talk to you later, idea. But yeah, so basically, yeah, you opt out of it if you don't want to be used. Donating your body to science or to community, if you will. Order of the Repentant something. They're repenting because they were bad once and they wanted to repent, and so it's like an order of people, like a penal legion, but not forced.
What are they doing?
Anything.
Is it labor? Is it cell swords? Is it
Yes.
community service?
Repentant service.
Any
It's
kind of repentant service?
basically, yeah, if you do something wrong by society and you regret it. Repentant Shield. Yeah, I mentioned that one. I was wondering if we could.
Shield is good.
Shield was good. That was the first one I came up with, but I wasn't sure if there was something.
I like Shield because, okay, check it.
Oh, so like in the Brotherhood of Steel, you have like scribes and knights,
Knights.
and there was another one. I forget.
So,
But yeah,
so if you were part of the Order of the Repentant or something,
yeah,
if you were a shield, that would very quickly tell someone that their services are going to be in
certain things.
security or guarding or
Oh,
maybe combat in some way, protection services, escort.
scribes would be tutors and things like that. Let's see what else.
So we can think about a group, a collection of people that have done wrong, name the action of their wrongdoing, and then flip it as their repentance into a name
Yeah.
that denotes.
So a mugger would be a shield. Somebody that forged something would be a scribe, perhaps.
Sure.
And then what other? Oh, 5 minutes till ad break.
It's like how in Yakuza, how
I love it. I love those games so
the
much.
pickpocket thief got turned around through the main character to work for a security service.
Yeah, that was right. The Ichiban. Ichiban.
So Order of the Repentant Path or
Ooh, Repentant Path.
Dawn or Repentant.
Dawn is a little too epic. I like it, but it's too epic. I think Path is great because I've talked about pathways before in this world.
Okay.
So, Order of the Repentant Path, I like a lot.
And then the Repentant Path would have access to
Shields, scribes, what other crimes are there?
The Sax are more chaotic members.
What other crimes do people do that they would probably want to repent for?
List crimes.
If they be gay, do crimes. Be gay, list crimes. Um, so anything having to do with quill or like embezzlement, perhaps, would be a scribe, I think. And then anything, a mugger, a pickpocket, people like that would be shields.
We can have one more.
Yeah, I think one more would cover most things. People that were bad to nature? Like, because that's such a big thing in this world. Like people that harmed poachers.
Somebody, okay, let's
Like-
broaden that. Somebody who abused power. Who would be a shield.
Shield, yeah.
Darn. I feel like shield and scribe really covers a lot. Yeah, abuse of power.
Staff?
Staff.
Repentant staff? Like, shield, staff, and scribe.
That sounds good. I'm trying to figure out what the staff represents.
Magic, or, like,
A misuse of magic.
a misuse of magic.
And nature. So
Yeah.
that can cover nature because
Yeah, people who
the
misuse
natural-
magic who seeks to repent would
There
be
you
a
go.
wand.
Wand.
A wand, yeah. Well, do we want to keep with the alliteration, or do we want to do wand?
The wand is good because it's less threatening, but staff keeps the alliteration.
Yeah.
So wand is good.
Yeah, but we were just making the wand bigger.
Shield, scribes, and staffs.
Staves. Okay. Cool. Okay, so
Staffs.
staves. So muggers, robbers, highwaymen, etc. Then we've got embezzlers, This is me. This is half of the stream for me. Is trying forgers, and the other ones. Misuse. Oops. Use. Magic. Nature. Or threat to nature. Okay. All right. There.
And
Cool.
Then you can just again drop in more.
Yeah, I'll figure out more
Crimes.
as a crimes.
to-
Yeah. Okay.
those three
Cool.
orders.
I like that. All right. That's fun. Okay.
Do you need anything? You have 4 bedrooms.
This is empty.
You have reached a new level of
I
effort.
listen. I emptied that one before I grabbed this one.
Okay. Been
If you
primary
want to cut
beverages.
that with water, though,
Okay.
that would be great. Thank you. Um. Okay. So are there? I think that's a good amount of uh factions for us. Maybe I should, because maybe I should rename the Harpers. I've renamed everything else, so it feels weird. It feels like it doesn't match, right? Was about to hit you with a water check. You beat me to it. Well, I got okay. No, it's fine because this is water.
I
That's
am husband. It is one of my prime
yeah.
functions to maintain wifey. I am the live alert.
I once had a group of nomads in my world, which was a similar concept: wandering knights that had done wrong somehow and now help others to repent. But I flavored them more like a wholesome, protective biker gang. Oh, I think the ad break just started. Okay. Or it's about to start. Ad break time.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, I feel like that's a good number of factions. Husband says bye. By the way, he went to visit folks, so he's headed out now. But yeah, I think I'm gonna rename the Harpers. Just because I've renamed all of them and I've basically redone their whole vibe. So I'm gonna have to rewrite a couple things for the one particular character's backstory because their dad is a harper by their writing. So I'll just let them know that it's called this and it's basically the same thing. Um, so if the Harpers are scholars and spies that research wider planes and keep tabs of various threats to wider existence. So now hang on a second. Because I've already... I might be repeating myself a little bit here. Because I wrote up the dwarves... Oh, shit. Where did those... Oh, hang on. Oh god. Hang on. It's so hard to remember where my shit is. Is it under NPCs? No. Hang on. It's under... Okay. I'll remember. I'll remember. Hang on. Hollow Hill. Here we go. New Compass Outfitters. Veil Scribe. So I think it's gonna be the... So we have Veil Jumpers and... Or Veil... I called them Veil Jumpers... Or something like that. And Veil Scribes. So... Alright, so... Hang on. Now, we're gonna... The Veil... So these guys... Whoops. The Harpers and how I've written it here makes it sound like perhaps... They work at least with the Veil Scribes of Dwarven culture. They're not necessarily all... Can I suggest one more faction? Yes, please, go for it. I might have some blind spots in regards to that, because I've never designed factions. Oh, God. Oh, they were called Veil Breakers. That's not Veil Breakers. There we go. Ouch. Okay. So the equivalent in this world of planeswalkers, basically. They don't, you know, just go to other planes for fun. They actually go to protect, or at least they, you know, deal with the threats from these other places. I mean, we could just do planewalkers, but that suggests a little bit more. Hang on. Let's see here. Flat surface. Okay. Let me see. Veil. Oops. Veil. Mask, shield, blanket, blind, canopy, coverture, penumbra. Ooh, penumbra is cool. Veneer. Camouflage, cover, charade, smokescreen, pretense, excuse me. Order of the Turning Gear, a faction of guild artisans who focus on inventing and improving devices to further the community. Tinkerers. Yeah, that would be basically, that would be our gnomes. Definitely that could work. Where'd I go? Where'd I go? Where'd I go? Where's my races? There they are. So yeah, rock gnomes would definitely have that. The only thing is there's not a lot of gears. Well, or at least gears are... I'm trying... I like to work up to the technology. Hang on, where's... Okay. Okay. I do... let me see here. Oops, no. That's not what I want. Work with me. I might have to change the name, but I do like that. I will say, like, it was... If you've played, Baldur's Gate 3... Did my music stop? Oh, my music is not cooperating. Hang on a second. Lo-fi girl is tired. There we go. um, I do like that. So I'm gonna guess like the way this happened was rock gnomes were the ones noted for for their tinkering and their willingness to mess with stuff. But to inspire others, like if you've played Baldur's Gate 3, that's what I was saying. There's the rock gnome or the Gondians and the rock gnomes. That were having their whole fucking thing happening, you know? And the rock gnome, the one rock gnome, I forget his name, but he's super duper racist against them. And it's really fucking stupid. So it's kind of like that, how maybe there was parts of the rock gnomes that wanted to keep the tinkering to themselves and wanted to be fully responsible to it, but the other half of this collection of gnomes knew that they needed like new energy into the faction. So they yeah, so they went ahead and created the order of the turning gear and just decided to let anybody in and teach them their ways, and anybody that was like naturally gifted at tinkering were allowed in, or at least interested in it. So I like that. So yeah, we'll do that with them. Okay. Good idea, Stinks. Thank you. Oh, hang on a second. There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Go. Alright, I'm just getting rid of some stuff that I don't need up anymore. There we go. Ow. I'll probably go for another 15 minutes or so and then probably call it quits for today. That'll be a 6-hour stream. I think that's a fair amount. We've gotten some stuff done today. We've had some good conversations. So, yeah. No, it's been a good stream today. That can go away. I don't need that anymore. I just need to rename the Harpers. I have an idea for a new name for the Harpers. Yes, please, go for it. The lore was important to discuss after all. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Probably gonna not relax at all and go play Overwatch and scream myself hoarse because I'm really terrible at that game, but I love it. I don't think anybody wants to watch me play and be bad at that game, so I'm not going to worry about that. Didn't do well last time. We'll probably raid somebody, actually, after this, which would be fun. So if you could, like, stick around just along for the raid, I'll figure out who we're going to do that to here in a second. But yeah, I think there's at least one other world builder that I haven't been able to tune into as much as I would like to. Oh yeah, Evandale is going. Evandale's been in chat once or twice, so I think that's who we're going to raid here. Here in a sec. So stick around for that, please. Just, you know, it helps grow the community and gets people interested, and you guys can check out their world building stuff. It'd be a lot of fun. You know, pump those numbers up, that kind of thing. Right. So the Harpers. Sounds interesting. Yeah, yeah. They've been in once or twice. If I remember correctly, they have a whole collective of actual plays that they do together with a. Ooh, the Protean Veil. Ooh, I like that. I like that very much. I am actually going to steal that. I love that. They work closely with the Veil Scribes and the Veil Jumper or the Veil Breakers within Dwarvish communities. Some of them even are those, but not always. Uh, Maybe again, it's a similar type of thing that anyone outside of Dwarvish ancestry probably is not known directly as a Veil Breaker or a Veil Scribe, but this is like their version of it that allows them to work together with those communities, which is super super cool. Yeah, I love that. The Protean Veil is so cool. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, so that I think is everything that I need to do. I will say again, Friday's stream is going to be a spoiler stream. I don't know if Eek is still in here, but for future reference, I will be doing a fuck ton of spoilers on Friday for my players. Please do not watch if you are my player. I will warn. I will warn again at the beginning of the stream, and I'll mark it and everything. But Eek is banned from Friday. Yeah, Eek is not allowed to watch on Friday. So yeah, so we'll do spoiler stream. I will go front to back everything I'm planning. I will go through my cast of NPCs. I will go through my planned encounters and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, so we'll definitely do that. That'll be fun, and that way you guys can see how it's all come together and make suggestions on how I can more fully build upon the world as I run the game and that kind of stuff. I know most of them have probably gone by now, but for those of you that for Clockwork and Llama Mike for your subs, holy shit. I'm gonna try real hard to make it worth it, as I did not plan at all for that to happen. I was not expecting ever to get any subs, at least not until I got, reasons to sub. So I appreciate that greatly. Um, Thank you all. I think I've had 8 concurrent viewers today for a large part of the stream, which is huge. It keeps going up slowly but surely, and I love the fact that we're slowly building this little community, and you guys are just the coolest. You're the greatest community anybody could ask for. Honestly, I do mean that. You guys are all so cool, and I'm glad already, Azul, I'm glad that you and Safi are playing games together. That's fucking awesome. And Safi's making friends with everybody. It's crazy. So please continue to chat on the Discord. Give ideas. Tell me about what you're creating. Anything like that. But yeah, I am super happy with how everything is going, and the fact that I'm affiliate now and it keeps going up is just very, very cool. So thank you so much. So we're gonna go ahead and raid Evandale. So stick around for as long as you can, but I would appreciate you just hanging out and being cool in chat with Evandale for a little bit. But thank you guys so much. Hopefully the new setup works for everybody. If you have any suggestions on how to improve upon the stream or the community, ideas for emotes, that kind of stuff, please post them in the Discord. Follow the YouTube for VODs if you missed any part of this and want to see what else we did today. But yeah, thank you all so much. You guys are really fucking awesome. And I'm gonna go rest my throat so I'm able to talk tomorrow. Let me see if I remember how to raid somebody. Raid. Here we go. Hang on. Raid. Hang on. I think I know how to do it. Hang on. Let me make sure I spelled it right. 2 seconds. Okay. Nope. They didn't like that. Hang on. Hang on. Sorry. Like that? Is that how I do? There we go. Here we go. Rating time. Thank you again.